The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
It's a very special Wednesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter as well at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. You can call or you can just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. And up until tip-off, Game 1 tonight, Knicks and Spurs, which we'll get to in just a bit. We'll take any last final predictions. Who wins the finals and in how many games? If you have a finals MVP pick, any other predictions, get them in before tip-off at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Oh, all right, big show. We're going to go. Technically, we're not going behind enemy lines because he covers the NBA for ESPN and he's got his own podcast and he's everywhere. But he did win a title with the San Antonio Spurs over a decade ago. So in a sense, Brad, we are going behind enemy lines because I know where his rooting interests lie. And we're going to talk to the Green Ranger, the three-time NBA champion, Danny Green, is going to join us in less than 20 minutes from now. He's in San Antonio. He might be in the arena. We're going to chat with Danny Green coming up next segment. Cannot wait for that. And then we got a bunch of fun planned for you here up until game time. And once game time starts, basically we're going to treat it like a watch party. I mean, we talked to the crew today. Brad, I talked to Randy Merkin, our executive producer, talked to Combs, our producer, and I basically said, look, I'm a diehard Knicks fan. It's the finals. And so I've got some other topics planned once the game starts. But for the most part, like, who am I kidding? It's going to be live analysis, reaction to NBA Finals, Game 1, and every game of the Finals. And I cannot freaking wait. I cannot wait, man. It is here. And I was feeling calm and confident for most of the day. Got a workout in, was out at the pool with the girlfriend. We got some lunch. And now that the show has started, I've tried to remain largely off social media because I wanted to save all the anticipation, the excitement for the show. Now that it's started, it's ramping up pretty quickly. And man, I'm going to be a freaking mess by the time tip-off happens.
Oh, man, me amigo, best of luck to your New York Knicks. Look, we're all basket cases because just like you, the listener that's out there, we are living, breathing, diehard fans of particular franchises or schools. Pat, obviously, his number one on his list of must-have titles that he wants to witness in his lifetime, his beloved New York Knicks. And they're at the doorstep. Game 1 tonight down at Frostbank there in the Alamo City. Of course, I'm a diehard ILL fan. And, I was on pins and needles, and it was certainly a nervous Nelly when Illinois made the Final Four this year in Indianapolis, was able to cover it for the network and for BetMGM tonight. So that was a privilege. Unfortunately, Illinois poured a little salt in my wound and let me down. Damn you, UConn. Damn you, Danny Hurley. Always get the best of us. But these moments, they're rare. So you got to embrace them. You got to live in the moment. So I am thrilled that you're going to have a watch party after I bid adieu on the program tonight. And everybody, you got to stay tuned in, whether you're a diehard Knicks fan or not, because Pat is going to be an absolute emotional wreck, to say the least. And that's a great thing about sports, man. We do this for a living. We have a privilege of talking about it every single day. But when our favorite teams are at the pinnacle, or right at the cusp of the pinnacle of reaching the ultimate goal, it really doesn't get much better than that. That's why we're so invested in everything that we do and every fiber of our being, day in and day out, not only on BetMGM tonight, but hell, we just roll out of bed.
Oh, yeah, big time. And Brad, you know what? And this is, I normally don't go to these lengths. I'm not like a superstitious kind of guy. I don't believe in black magic. I don't believe in a person being able to affect a ball game. But I was thinking to myself, and I think I've got a plan for tonight. And we'll see if it works. If the Knicks get down and then it works, then I'll have to keep doing it. But I think if the Knicks go down by 15 points, we break out the rally cap. Now, I got the Knicks hat on, for those of you watching on YouTube or on Twitter. The Knicks go down 15. We initiate the rally cap. I'll toe it inside out. I'll look like an absolute fool. I don't believe in this kind of stuff, but I'll do it if it means the Knicks make a comeback. If the Knicks go down 20, I'll break out the rally shades. And then I will watch the rest of the game like this. And if the Knicks do not win tonight, Brad, no matter how many points they get down by, if the Knicks do not win tonight, there will be an immediate, expedited shipping order for some blue and orange face and body paint. And on Friday's show, I will be strapped up to the nines in blue and orange face and body paint if the Knicks do not win tonight. I'm pulling out all the stops that I can as a fan to ensure that the Knicks win the finals. And if they lose tonight and I show up looking like a maniac and a psychopath for Friday's show and they lose again, then I don't know what. Then we'd have to get real drastic. But that's the plan for now. I've already thought it through. Hopefully the Knicks, this is a tight game throughout, and they pull out a W, so I don't have to do any of that cockamamie shenanigan stuff. But I'm going to do whatever it takes as a fan to give the Knicks the best chance to win.
Well, my friend, here's what I'm going to do for you. Because I'm a Mas Tequila enthusiast, after the program tonight, I'm going to take, like 2 or 3 shots in your honor and pay a little homage to the basketball gods, and hopefully it's going to work out in your favor. So, again, Good luck. I think it's going to be nip and tuck. We're going to have our official predictions for game one a little bit later on the program. And in two, as Pat mentioned, we're going to talk to the great Danny Green, get his insights on this series. But buckle up, folks. It's going to be one hell of a ride tonight, to say the least. But, of course, we got other subjects to cover, don't we?
Oh, yeah. One that affects you and Combs and Monty and all the Bears fans on this show and all the Bears fans around the world. Caleb Williams, a.k.a. Iceman, dumb nickname, stealing it from George the Iceman Gervin.
Yeah,
Caleb
agreed.
Williams is on the cover of this year's Madden video game. And the first thing I thought of when you guys sent this in our show group chat was, uh-oh, Madden curse. Here we come. Brad, I would look any little ankle roll, anything from Caleb Williams this year. I'd be holding my breath, man, because that Madden curse, it is alive and well, if I do say so myself. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you don't put anybody else on the cover, but they chose Caleb Williams, and I'd be very worried if I were you.
I'm ultimately not worried. Do you believe Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster, exists? Do you believe in Sasquatches, a.k.a. Bigfoot? Do you believe in the Chupacabra? Maybe the Chupacabra is going to break in through the doors of Casa de Heaven tonight and suck the blood out of my body. By the way, if you know what the Chupacabra is, look it up. It means goat sucker in Espanol. Yeah, that's a mythical creature that allegedly exists in some parts of Mexico. I don't believe it, but some people do. And I don't believe at all in the Madden curse, because there have been people who have stiff-armed it repeatedly. And look at Calvin Johnson and what he was able to do when he was on the cover of Madden. He just went out and set a single-season receiving yards record that year. Look at Tom Brady. He won league MVP when he was on the cover. Patty Mahomes won a Super Bowl and also was Super Bowl MVP. So there are counter arguments to likes of Garrison Hurst, who had a busted ankle when he was on one of the earlier editions of Madden. Michael Vick had a broken fibula when he was on it. Sean Alexander, a broken foot. Antonio Brown, a broken brain. And then most recently, too, Christian McCaffrey with a bilateral Achilles tendonitis. So, Peyton Hillis, you could throw in there. Vince Young, Saquon Barkley last year was bound to regress coming off this historic campaign he had the year before for the Philadelphia Eagles. But not everybody has been afflicted by the curse. The thing that's going to let down Caleb Williams and my Chicago Bears this season is a brutal schedule. It is one of the toughest. If you look at various percentages and whatever measurements you have, the Bears have the toughest schedule according to some. My buddy Mike Clay at ESPN says they have the third most difficult schedule overall. That's the big worry. That's the deterrent that could drag down Caleb Williams. Then again, he could shut everybody up and maybe become the first Bears 30-touchdown passer in a single season. Maybe he eclipses 4,000 passing yards, which nobody has ever done in franchise history. Maybe he lives up to the MVP high. Maybe he delivers and shuts all the Rams fans up, though I think the Rams have the best team in the NFL, and wins the NFC and gets the Bears to Super Bowl, and maybe they win the whole shebang. So the hell with your curses. I don't believe they exist in any way, shape, or form. Caleb Williams is absolutely gonna deliver, and no, I'm not cursing him.
I mean, look, he was real close to 4,000 yards last year. It was 58 shy. He was real close to 30 touchdowns last year, Brad. It would be a shame if that's the closest he got in his career. I'm just saying. For all you look, and you gave out a couple of examples of guys who defied the Madden curse. Calvin Johnson, one of the greatest receivers of all time. You can't touch one of the greatest of all time. Tom Brady, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, who we want to talk about curses. We want to talk about some black magic. We want to talk about some voodoo magic. Tom Brady might have experimented with plenty of it. So, Madden curse couldn't
are cursed.
The curse couldn't touch Tom Brady. and Patrick Mahomes. Again, one of the greatest of all time. Unless you think Caleb Williams is one of the greatest of all time, he is very much in that other bucket of Christian McCaffrey, of Vince Young, of Sean Alexander. Caleb Williams has had one good season, and they want to put him on the cover already. Oh, boy. Look, forget about the curse, Brad. How do you not choose Matthew Stafford? Guy had literally MVP season at age 38. True. How do you not choose Sam Darnold? Like Sam Darnold, who defied the odds. Kenneth Walker, the Super Bowl MVP. How is it none of those guys? How is it Caleb Williams? I mean, come on. To me, that was just ridiculous in of itself.
Yeah, I thought maybe JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, could have been a candidate as well, coming off his unbelievable season that he had. And, of course, the teammate of Sam Darnold winning the Super Bowl last season. I think all those guys were in contention. Stafford made the most sense to me, but, they're like, hey, he's an old man. We want to come in and kind of elder abuse. We will refrain from putting him on the cover. We're going to give it to this young buck, and we're going to see if he can go out there and prove us wrong. Now, I did love the cover, with the jump throw formation.
It is a good cover.
It's very Jordan-esque. Very Jordan-esque with the Chicago skyline in the background. Of course, people taking liberty with it, probably working their AI skills. And of course, the running punchline right now, the Hammond Bears, as there is no deal finalized for the Bears to stay in Chicago or even the state of Illinois, and Arlington Heights still on the table. Hammond, though, very real contention because Illinois politicians can't figure the bleep out the entire situation. And they're going to have to call a special session this summer if they're going to get across the finish line after the Senate passed a bill to essentially fund the Bears to stay in the great land of Lincoln. But we'll have to wait and see if that gets done this summer, or we're going to have to wait till November. Is that going to be too late? And maybe they sign the dotted line and wind up in Hammond. But people have taken that belief of them going to Indiana and Hammond, and they had Caleb Williams with a backdrop of not the Hammond skyline, because it's not much of a skyline in Hammond, but of smokestacks. And I'll be honest with you, I live like 2.5 hours away from the greater Chicagoland area. I chuckled boisterously and loudly at Cassidy Evans when I saw that today. I thought it was genius. It was absolutely brilliant. We'll see where the Bears wind up. But Caleb Williams, I still believe, and I'm not saying this necessarily as a Bears fan, I'm trying to be as objectively as humanly possible. I think he's going to have a banner campaign. The Bears are built to win. But as I said before, that schedule is brutal.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, coming up next, we'll go to San Antonio and talk to a former Spurs champion, a 3-time champion. He knows what it takes to lift the Larry O'Brien trophy. Danny Green joins us next here on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
You are cursed.
What's your favorite game or event that you've ever been a part of, called, announced, etc.?
I really can't single out any one, but when I'm asked, I have three that I immediately just toss out there. I didn't call Kirk Gibson's home run, the pinch hit home run in Game 1 of 1988's World Series off Dennis Eckersley. Jack Buck had a memorable call on radio, and Vin Scully had one of his greatest calls on television, but I was the pregame and postgame host for NBC, and that remains the most theatrical baseball moment I've ever been connected to. Not necessarily the biggest or the best, but the most theatrical in the way it played out. And I interviewed Gibson immediately on the field in the aftermath of this miraculous home run. And I actually said that this reminded me of Roy Hobbs at bat, Robert Redford as Roy Hobbs in the movie The Natural, which was fairly new at that time during the 1980s. And what NBC's producers did, and it was brilliant, was they went to work and they intercut Redford's at bat with Gibson's at bat, along with Randy Newman's soundtrack from The Natural. And that's the way we came on the air before Game 2, because it was that dramatic and that theatrical in the way the whole thing played out. You couldn't have staged it any more dramatically than that. So that's one. Another is Muhammad Ali lighting the torch at the opening ceremony of the Olympics in Atlanta in 1996, a moment both powerful and poignant. And the third would be Michael Jordan's last shot as a Chicago Bull. We thought at the time it was perhaps his last shot of the NBA, but he did come back for a couple of seasons with the Wizards. But essentially, that's the way the curtain came down. And talk about theatrical, one of the greatest careers in the history of American sports ends in the most dramatic way possible. Classic jump shot, down by a point, changes it to up by a point, closes out the series, closes out his career, 6 titles, 6 MVPs in the finals, never lost in the finals. That's a perfect punctuation.
May have pushed off, but I'm a lifelong Knicks fan, and Michael Jordan ruined my childhood saying that.
Stop. If that play happens in the second quarter of a regular season game, no one even comments on it. Russell's momentum was already carrying him in the other direction. The little hand on his tush, as I said in the Last Dance documentary, was the equivalent of a maitre d' showing a customer to his table. It had nothing to do with the play. He had already faked him out of position and was wide open and then hit the shot.
I hated them. I can't.
Well,
unless the Knicks win a championship, I can't shake it. I'm being honest up front about my hate for them.
Right now, this is the best team in the National Football League. They were Super Bowl favorites before they added Myles Garrett to this team. To me, this is a special trade. I think even for me personally, I was in Cleveland Myles' rookie year when he got there, and the slogan on our team at that time from Hugh Jackson was "Embrace the suck." We knew what it was going to be coming off a 1-15 season, and then we went 0-16.
I was going to say, you did. Yes,
I
hate to say that. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but...
So for Myles, and he's played in 3 playoff games throughout his 9 years, but he's done so much damage on teams that weren't able to get over the hump or even get close to where they wanted to get. So for him personally, you come into the league on a bad team with a Hall of Fame player like Joe Thomas, who you saw and probably got to go against every single day in practice. And you saw a guy that finished his last game against the Titans when he got injured in a Hall of Fame career, never getting to see that type of team success. So now you fast forward for Myles, 9 years of that. Now you get an opportunity to go play in 7 primetime games, and you get to chase a Lombardi trophy. So to me, this is special. This is a Rams defense that fell apart towards the end of the season, but was at the top of the league when you look at pressures, sacks, and all of those things. And now you've just added the Defensive Player of the Year along with the MVP from a year ago. So this is an extremely dangerous team right now with this type of move. Sucks they had to give up Jared Verse, who I think is a fantastic player. But when you get a guy like Myles Garrett on your defense, with what they've added in the secondary with the trade of Trent McDuffie and adding Jalen Watson, like, you've completely changed your defense and how you're going to be able to attack your opponents.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
So fresh and so clean. Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We are just over 2 hours away from tip-off. Game 1, NBA Finals. Knicks and Spurs at the Frostbank Center in San Antonio. Let's go to San Antonio and talk to a three-time NBA champion, especially winning an NBA title with the Spurs just over a decade ago. You can find him on Spectrum Sportsnet. You can see him all over on ESPN. You can watch his podcast, Inside the Green Room. It's the Green Ranger, the three-time NBA champ, Danny Green, who joins us now. Danny, it's great to have you back, brother. It's Pat and it's Brad. What is the vibe like right now in the Alamo City?
It's great to be back, man. It's great to be back here, man. The vibes and the energy is very high. Everybody's excited. They're outside for 2 hours with us when we were doing the show on ESPN. So it's the city's on fire, man. People are excited and can't wait for game one to tip off.
Okay. All right. Hey, what a ride it's been for both of these teams, and especially for the Spurs having to go into the Paycom Center in OKC and knock off the defending champs in a Game 7. And it wasn't like it was Wemby who, just single-handedly put the team on his back. I mean, you got a tremendously well-rounded, balanced attack. So, Danny, last chance to ask this before we get going here tonight in the finals. What was your biggest takeaway from the Spurs winning Game 7 and that series altogether against the Thunder?
Yeah, I mean, my biggest takeaway is those guys are ready. Like, those young guys stepped up in big moments. They're not scared of it. They're not afraid of it. And, of course, Victor is a superstar in the making, but those other guys really stepped up. Vassell, Champagnie, Harper, Fox, Keldon Johnson, all the way down the line. And they're going to need all those guys to win this finals because the Knicks are on an unbelievable historic run right now. And to slow them down, they're going to need those guys playing offense and defense to be able to win this series. So they're mentally ready and tough enough, even at this young age of not experiencing the playoffs before this, to get the job done.
Danny, Russ versus rest is a debate that's raged the last few days ahead of Game 1. The Knicks have had a 9-day layoff after all. Where do you stand in that debate? Do you feel the long layoff is going to be a blessing or a curse for New York? And how did extended inaction play with you and your teammates in your career?
I mean, yeah, you get a little rust, but it's always a blessing regardless. When you get that many days off and you have bumps and bruises, everybody has them at this point in the season. Nobody's healthy. But you got to have a guy like Mitchell Robinson who had to get surgery on his hand, and then OG Anunoby who had a hamstring issue. You always take the rest, and especially the fact that they're on the road for Game 1, so they're not expected to have the pressure of winning at home in Game 1. So if they don't play great at Game 1 and get the rust out, fine. They still have another game to steal if they wanted to in Game 2.
All right. So team rest there. Danny, everyone knows the megastar power is associated with Wemby and Jalen Brunson, but where do you feel or who do you feel are going to be the biggest X factors in Game 1? Potential unsung heroes who could really carry their squads to an early advantage. Give us a Spur and one Knick who could rise to the occasion tonight inside Frostbank.
In Game 1, I'm looking at OG Anunoby for the Knicks side, and the Spurs side, I'm looking at Julian Champagnie. If he can keep that hot streak going and knock down shots in this finals, he can really turn the series around, turn the series for his team. And actually, I mean, they are the favorites right now, but they can be the clear favorites if you have a guy like that playing that well.
We're talking to the three-time NBA champion, Danny Green, here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Just over 2 hours away from tip-off in Game 1 between the Knicks and the Spurs. Danny, what are some of the consistent themes you expect to see in this series? Whether it's physicality, speed of tempo, do you think it's going to be, teams are going to be, these two are going to be wanting to run? Do you think it'll be half court, certain matchups you're looking to see, certain themes? So what do you think we will see over and over in this series once it gets underway?
I think it'll get real physical. I think it'll be kind of slower down pace. I think the Knicks will try to do that unless they get steals. The team that turns over the ball or turns the other team over the most will be the one that's trying to run. But I think we're going to get a heavyweight battle of a lot of the bigs and the big action and rebounding. It's going to be a gritty, Josh Hart, Mitchell Robinson, OG Anunoby, or Keldon Johnson, and Wemby and Cornette on the board. Who's going to win the rebounding battle, I think is what we're going to see. So we're going to mix of both, but I think that's more of what we're going to see throughout the series.
Oh, nice. Danny, you're certainly an expert in playing defense based on the accolades you earned during your playing career. If you're Mike Brown, what's your best strategy to try to minimize the damage Wemby inflicts? Who most takes on the mammoth responsibility for checking the French phenom?
Well, I would say OG Anunoby probably takes most of the bulk of guarding him. But the biggest intricate piece is Mitchell Robinson. And playing that big lineup, keeping him off the glass like Isaiah Hartenstein did, and being physical with him, and crashing the offensive boards and limiting his offensive rebounds. So, a combination of those two, I think, will kind of be the way that they're going to try to slow him down.
We're talking to our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. And Danny is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Make every day epic. Danny, there is a level of fearlessness this Spurs team has showed here throughout the postseason, making up for their lack of experience, especially Wemby. And I would think it's helped that he's got a legend like Tim Duncan, who is seemingly in his corner. I don't know to the extent of how much they've chatted together. Do you know, have you talked to any of the Spurs greats, guys that you played with or that were, that started that dynasty before you got there? Tim, Manu, Tony Parker. Have you gotten a chance to talk with those guys over the last couple of days? And have you gotten a chance to talk with Wemby as well? But more importantly, have you kind of gotten an insider's scoop of what the conversations have been like between Tim Duncan and Wemby? Because it feels like he's kind of taken them under his wing here along this ride.
Yeah, no, I haven't gotten any insight. I haven't talked to those guys as of late. I spoke to Timmy and Manu. It was on another type of topic. It was more so wishing another former teammate of ours a happy birthday and seeing how their family was and life was. But I'd imagine I'll see them tonight, and I don't know. They keep everything private when it comes to Wemby, but I imagine Timmy's in that facility every day or almost every day. And Wemby, knowing the kind of personality he has, he's asking questions. He wants around. He wants to work with him. So Timmy, I'm sure, has a very huge impact on what Wemby has become. And so has Pop. But again, I have not been a part of the conversation or asked him about the conversation the last couple of days. Maybe I'll see him tonight at the game, and I'll be able to, get some insight. But even if I did get insight, I wouldn't reveal many secrets, but I would just say I know that they're talking and they work together quite a bit.
Damn, Danny, I thought maybe, we had a little something special.
Yeah,
you could maybe share
I'm not allowed to, man. You know how it is in San Antonio.
Exactly. Everything's very quiet. But all right, so I'll ask you this. Do you think that Tim Duncan's presence and the presence of him and Manu and the dynasty that was, that lived over a decade ago, do you think living up to that dynasty will maybe start to kick some nerves and anxiety into Wemby, or do you think it'll just continue to motivate him and he's a rare breed that just doesn't really feel the pressure?
He's just a rare breed, man. And he, again, plays like his life depends on it. He wants to be great. And he just wants to chase down, I wouldn't say he wants to win because he wants to win for himself. And he wants to be better than the greats. So he sees those guys up there. He knows that his window of opportunity as a youngster to do some things early is key to take advantage of it. He doesn't know how much longer, as a 7'4" guy, we don't know how much time we're given in this game, so you can't take it for granted. There's no expectation I'm going to play 20 years, or like LeBron. He might play 10, 12 years, so you got to maximize the opportunity now, and you don't know which years you're going to be the healthiest, and he knows that. So him being around those guys and that facility, he's learned a lot. And, again, he's one of one. None of the nerves are going to, I think, get to him. He just wants to be great in hoops, so he'll have his best game. He's pretty much victor game one because game one's impressions or performances he's had have been unbelievable, especially to start the season, 40-15 against the Dallas Mavericks, and then in the playoffs, 40-20, triple-double with 12 blocks. Another one with an unbelievable outcome and performance of letting people know he's there, and I think he's going to get another one tonight.
Okay, there's one prediction. I'll ask you for another in just a bit, but Danny, just we're talking to Danny Green, by the way, the former Spurs great, 3-time NBA champion here on BetMGM tonight. Let me ask you another question about my Knicks, because I've heard from many folks, and I know you know who I'm talking about, that the Knicks can't win a title with Jalen Brunson as the 1A. He's too small. The Knicks needed more help. How do you think Jalen Brunson has changed the conversation about himself here during this postseason? Do you think he's unquestionably a top 10 player in the NBA now?
Yeah, I think he's always been. I think it's about the situation. They don't need him to do that. They do need him to play at a high level every night, but they don't need him to score or handle the ball at every night. For him taking a step back, showing what kind of player and person he is. Also, him taking a pay cut, allowing those guys to still be there and surround himself with better pieces, shows who he is and that he's a champion and a winner. He's done that in Villanova. He's done it more than once there, and he might do it again in the NBA. So he's a special player, and he's definitely a top 10 player, and he's a guy that loves to win too. So him allowing Cat to kind of hold the offense and trusting Mike Brown with it shows how smart and how good of a player he is and wants to be.
That's a great answer. All right, Danny, I know where your rooting interest lies, and I don't blame you. So give us your prediction, if you'd be so kind. Who wins the finals and in how many games? And do you have a finals MVP prediction as well?
I'll give you game one prediction. I don't want to repeat my prediction before the series is what it was, and I'll keep it the same. I can't fix my mouth to say it again. But I got Spurs in game one, and I got finals MVP, probably Jalen Brunson.
Whoa!
Ooh,
hold on now.
Interesting.
Finals MVP, you got Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys see my take on ESPN when the Knicks won the Eastern Conference Finals, but I had predicted them before the Western Conference Finals was over that this is their year. But again, I won't fix my face or my mouth to say it right now. That was my prediction, but I'm rooting for the Spurs.
Danny, you know we love you, man. Yeah. I honestly, I didn't see that, and I can't believe I didn't see that. Wow. Okay. All right. I won't make you repeat it.
No worries. Again, I gotta respect basketball. When they're playing really good basketball, mind you, I'm not a Knicks fan. When they're playing really good basketball, you got to give them their flowers. And if they can duplicate or replicate what they were doing in the Eastern Conference Finals in the series before that, they can hold up a trophy. But we don't know, right? That's why the game's got to be played. I am rooting for the Spurs, but my prediction before the series was a different way. And I'm not a media guy that wavers and changes sides every day or after each game. I'm going to stay with my prediction.
I love that.
Love that.
Hey, Danny, and you are from North Babylon. You are from Long Island. So there will be a spot for you at the Canyon of Heroes if you so wish and please to join that ticker tape parade when the Knicks do win the championship.
I doubt it. I have no ties to the Knicks, but it would be nice to be, I guess, offered.
All right, sweet. Danny, hey, we appreciate the time, brother. Enjoy the game tonight. Enjoy the series. Can't wait to, looking forward to watching you each and every day here over the next 2+ weeks, breaking it down. And we appreciate your time as always, man.
Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you. Enjoy the finals, man. It's going to be fun.
See you, Danny.
There you go. That was our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, and he was brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. I genuinely, Brad, did not know. And I feel like I try to keep up to date with everything. I try to look at everything, especially when we got guests. I try to see what they've been saying recently. I didn't see that slipped by me. That must have slipped by me, man. I had no idea that before the Western Conference Finals was even over, Danny picked the Knicks. Oh, baby. All right, so he's getting back in touch with his Long Island roots. You could play for the Spurs. You can win a title with the Raptors. You can win a title with the Lakers. But that man knows ball. And he's picking the Knicks. Brad, everybody we've talked to has been picking the Spurs. Now you got a former Spurs champion that said before the Western Conference Finals is over, the Knicks are going to win the title. Now I feel great. Now my confidence is through the roof here because I got the blessing of the Green Ranger. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Yeah, try to keep your head in check, mi amigo. I'll try to keep it in the room that you're currently in, as a matter of fact. That's what we call a shocker special, folks. We had no idea that was coming. Blindsided Pat, blindsided yours truly. You know what that is? That is a hallmark of an unbiased voice covering the professional basketball game. He's an analyst now, right? He's not a player anymore. He's got the trophies in the case. He's got all the accolades that are there. He won a title with the San Antonio Spurs. He has sung the praises of the San Antonio Spurs all stinking year long, but he's riding the hottest of hot hands in the New York Knicks, and I can't honestly blame him. So, yeah, I'm stunned. I really am. I thought for sure Danny was going to go. What's really been popular in my sentiment, I have the Spurs in 7. We had Nick Friedel on yesterday. One of our other Odyssey NBA insiders, he also has the Spurs in 7. Eric Corgi, who absolutely locked in the kennel yesterday. The dog has got the Spurs in 7. Everybody seems to be on the Spurs bandwagon. Oh, but we got a twist as Danny Green, the former Spur, is saying the Knicks are taking this series. Pat, try to keep your pants on, and maybe, just maybe, you want to have to paint yourself orange and blue from head to toe.
I'm hoping not. By the way, I got a push notification earlier today about the stupid Air Corgi and the picks and the series predictions. I mean, they needed me.
He's everywhere,
Air Corgi
man.
needed me.
Everywhere.
To step on to get push notifications to my phone. That's how popular apparently this thing has become here. What a joke.
Big time.
Stupid dog.
That's great. All the sausages.
All righty.
All of them.
All right, we'll take a short break. Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. Last chance to get your predictions in. Who wins the NBA Finals and how many games? And if you have an NBA Finals MVP pick, we will take it. When we return, we're going to go streaking. We just missed out on another 4 for 4 yesterday, but we got plenty of choices to choose from today. And we'll see if Monty can stretch it to 4 in a row. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Let's say Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to join Myles Garrett on this Rams defensive line. We're talking 2 surefire first ballot Hall of Fame players. Now, Donald's an interesting case because he's been retired for a couple years, right? 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Aaron Donald. Garrett's won 2. Donald, 8-time first team All-Pro. Myles Garrett, 5-time first team All-Pro. Like, this will evoke memories in terms of Hall of Fame tandems. The 2000 Ravens, the 85 Bears, the 02 Bucks, who had 4 Hall of Famers on that defense, the 61 Packers, the 70 Steelers. But I think it's fair to say, now, it would require Donald to at least be, 85% of what he was, and who knows if that would be the case. It would be the greatest defensive tackle, defensive end pairing in the history of football. And I don't think there's any argument against it if Donald can be even close to what he once was, along with Myles Garrett. The team that it reminds me of, and this team won the Super Bowl, and I'm not insinuating that the Rams will win the Super Bowl. They could very easily not. The team it reminds me of, and the 07 Patriots would be a good example as well, who loaded up after losing the title game to the Colts and blowing that 21-3 lead in Indianapolis with Randy Moss and Wes Welker and others. It's got a little 94 San Francisco 49ers vibe to it. After losing back-to-back title games to the Dallas Cowboys, here's Deion Sanders. Here's Ken Norton Jr. Hell, even Richard Dent came over to join the San Francisco 49ers. Remember Richard Dent, San Francisco 49er? That's kind of the vibe that I get with this Rams team. They will be an even shorter price than they are now to win the Super Bowl. Will they win it? Maybe. But yeah, I think you're nuts if you don't look at what they're doing, if Donald comes out of retirement, and compare it to some of those teams that I've referenced in the history of the league. No one, I think, is going to say, if they're being honest, that Victor Wembanyama is going to be better than Michael. It's a crazy thing to say, right? But I think we can acknowledge, or maybe you disagree, and that's fine, right? That it's within the range of outcomes, given his age, his size, what he's already accomplished, that it might not be nuts to suggest that he could maybe breathe that rarefied air at some point and sit in the pantheon of greats, maybe along with Michael.
Yeah.
As someone who called these games with MJ, what do you think about that? Yeah, please.
He can put his name in the conversation, but I've always said that when it comes to basketball, centers, even as they differ, Russell's not the same as Wilt, who's not the same as Olajuwon, not the same as a healthy Walton, and on. Kareem, obviously. Even as they differ, centers should be separate from guards and forwards. It's like comparing goalies in hockey to forward centers or defensemen. It's kind of a separate category. But the thing with Wemby is he's hard to categorize. He's obviously not just a classic post player. Those hardly exist anymore. He is, the word unique is often overused when people really mean rare, but he is a unique player. The combination of skills, the body control, the size, the whole thing. I mean, they tell me he's 7'5". They list him at 7'4" for whatever reason. None of the all-time greats that I mentioned were as tall as Wemby. Most of them were more sturdy than Wemby appears to be, but he's only 22. He may fill out further, but he may not want to, because part of his approach, the body control and the way he prepares himself, meditation. You notice when he goes to the free throw line, he closes his eyes before the shot. The whole way in which he approaches maximizing his body for the tasks of basketball is new age. It's 21st century. Makes some of these comparisons difficult, but certainly he has a chance. Bottom line, he has a chance to be in the conversation of the all-time greats, if he isn't there already.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to the Green Ranger, Danny Green, the three-time NBA champion, and our Odyssey NBA insider for joining us last segment. Oh, baby, he's picking the Knicks, and he's got Jalen Brunson as his finals MVP.
Can't believe it.
Man. I wonder how that went over in San Antonio. Oh, by the way, looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Okay. At 6:45 p.m. Eastern, you know how we do it here. We got a night of baseball coming up. We got a group that is collectively pretty hot, but as together, we've been one off that 4 for 4 for the last couple of nights. Let's see if we can get it here on this Wednesday. Let's go streaking!
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All righty, the premise of Let's Go Streaking, everybody on the crew picks one batter that they think will correctly get at least one hit in the games tonight. And it's been a while since we've updated the standings here, so we've been doing this for almost 2 months now, just after the baseball season started. And here are our records. Again, you get a win if you correctly pick your player gets a hit. If your player goes over, you don't get a win. And the idea is to see how long you can streak, how many days in a row, how many players in a row you can correctly pick. So yours truly, 28 out of 36 so far on the season. That's 78%. Brad is 20 out of 30. That's 67%. Producer Brandon Combs, 24 out of 33. That's 73%. And then our video producer, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, 28 out of 34. He is our king. Woo! That's 82%. And Monty's got the longest streak, which was 14 in a row to start when we did this. Right now, Monty's our longest active streaker at 3. I will go ahead and kick us off. I had Nick Kurtz last night. He went deep. Thank you to Monty. I trusted his advice. I'm going to go with Ronald Acuna tonight at Truist Park in Atlanta. The Braves, the best team in baseball, best record in baseball, going up against the Blue Jays. Patrick Corbin on the mound for Toronto, the lefty. And Ronald Acuna is leading off, and he's 11 for 34 lifetime off Pat Corbin. That's a 324 average. And you look at what Ronald Acuna has done versus lefties this year, he's actually struggled. He's only hitting 169 off of lefties so far on the season. Last year, his splits against righties were better. They've actually been better against righties for most of his career. So this is more so a head-to-head play for me. And it's a guy in Ronald Acuna that is starting to get hot here. Take a look at what he's done the last couple of games. He did go 0 for yesterday, but before that, he had 6 hits in his last 4 games. He hit 286 in the month of May. I think Ronald Acuna is getting a knock tonight. I know Patrick Corbin's having a decent season. And again, I know Acuna's numbers against lefties aren't that great, but the lifetime numbers, I trust him. He's in the leadoff spot as usual. I trust him. He hits the cover off the ball at home. I trust him. Give me Ronald Acuna to get a knock tonight for the ATL. Brad, you had Nico Horner yesterday. That's 2 in a row for you, looking to make it 3. Who you rocking with tonight?
Let's go with the same game, different name in that Bravos matchup. And I'm going to say with the same team, give me Ozzie Albies. Who's going to be buzzing, I feel, against the Blue Jays to get that hit. He has gotten a hit in 6 consecutive games. Really tears up left-handed pitchers. Has done so his entire career. This year, no different. Batting .297 against Southpaws. He's hitting .391 over the last 7 days in a very sizable sample against Patrick Corbin. 14 of 32 lifetime. That's a .438 batting average. Ted Williams-esque every time he steps to the box and faces Corbin. Now, Corbin, as you mentioned, has not been stanky. He's been rather stellar on the road, a 2.97 ERA. That's a bit of a shocker, to say the least. But he's given up a 284 batting average to right-handed hitters and a 44.6%. That's rather high. Hard hit rate this year. So give me Ozzie Albies to get me streaking to numero tres.
I like it. And truth be told, Brad, I was going to take Ozzie Albies. And then I said, ooh, Brad already took him. Let me go with Acuna. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me. All right, let's go to producer Brandon Combs. He had Alex Bregman, who was on, I believe, an 11-game hitting streak last night. And Bregman went 0 for. That's a tough break for Combs. Looking to bounce back tonight. Combsy, who you going with?
I'm going to try to ruin somebody else's streak instead of, a Cub player. I'm going to go to the Yankees. I'm going to go Rice, baby. Give me Ben Rice against the Cleveland Guardians tonight. Ben Rice been one of the hottest hitters in the Yankees lineup, hitting .476 over his last 5 games. He is 10 for 21 in that span. He is a hot hitter in that Yankees lineup going up against Gavin Williams. I like Ben Rice to get me on the board.
I like Ben Rice as well. I think Ben Rice has a chance to win the MVP this year. I think Ben Rice is phenomenal.
I can't
believe. What do you mean shocking? He's hitting 3. He's hitting 305. He's got an OPS over 1,000. He's got 17 bombs and 44 RBIs. Every single one of those numbers is top 10 in baseball.
I can't believe you like a Yankee. I mean, maybe you should do their post game or something every once in a while.
Yeah, I should. Yeah, you would maybe I've done like 8 to 10 of them last year, and I did 3 already this year.
Oh, wow. I mean, you could probably pitch in a Cubs bullpen with your ERA, but I don't know about the Yankees.
It's funny. All right, let's go to Monty.
Valid.
3 in a row for Monty. He took Yordan Alvarez last night. Not only did he get a hit, he hit a dong. Yordan Alvarez getting Monty to 3 in a row. Monty's going to take a risk here tonight. Uh-oh. Maybe it isn't a risk because he's taking the best player on the planet, as my phone just probably smashed into a million pieces. Monty, who are you going with tonight to make it 4 in a row?
Yeah, the best player on the planet, like you said. Give me Ohtani. He's on the bump tonight, which, has me a little nervous, but I'm going to trust the site and the numbers that I got over at batters-box.com. Second highest rated hitter on my board with an elite matchup against Zach Gallen. He's the only hitter on the day out of like 300 that has an elite score in the 3 key categories I care about. That's WOBA, ISO, and hard contact rate. So he's in the top tier in all 3 of those. Only guy today. 100 games where Ohtani has a rating of at least 0.6 like he does tonight, which context on that is basically like the upper echelon of the elite tier. So in 100 games in that tier, he has a trend of getting a hit 81% of the time. So love that. And then I have a 4-star pitch arsenal coverage for Ohtani against Gallen tonight, hitting well against 78% of Gallen's pitch mix. So if he's focused at the plate like he is on the mound, hopefully we're getting to 4.
And
This Ohtani guy sounds good.
Yeah, and Ohtani, I'm looking back here. He had a hit in the first start that he made of the season on March 31st. After that, he didn't get a hit anytime he started. And remember, then he basically skipped like 3 or 4 times when he was starting, and he wasn't in the lineup. The last 2 times he started, though, he hit a home run. Not only did he hit a home run, Monty, I believe he led off the game with a home run each of the last 2 starts he's made, right?
I believe so. So hopefully he can make it 3 in a row.
Oh, baby. Okay.
I got faith.
All righty. And Brad, as always, if we get the 4 for 4 tonight, Ronald Acuna, Ozzie Albies, Ben Rice, and Shohei Ohtani, all 4 of those guys get a hit. If you think that happens, you're listening at home, you want to parlay them together at our friends at BetMGM, what odds would that get you?
A cool plus 271. As always, Pat, fade or follow, that is up to you.
All right, how do we feel? How do we feel about the Cubbies tonight, by the way? Tough loss last night to the A's, and now you got Colin Ray on the mound against Jeffrey Springs.
I don't feel great because Colin Ray absolutely gets crushed by left-handed hitters. It could be another couple of bombs. Not 1, but maybe 2 by Nick Kurtz. The Cubs, man, they're just absolutely killing me. Leaving guys on base every damn night. They are crushing my soul.
Well, let's see. Maybe the Cubbies bounce back. They've only scored 2 runs in their last 2 games, so maybe they're due for an explosion. Are the Commanders due for an explosion this next year? Do they bounce back after a brutal nightmare season a year ago? We'll take our 3-point stance on the Washington Commanders when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
So my confidence level heading into this game tonight is actually pretty high for my New York Knicks. As we've talked about, and they haven't played since Memorial Day. It's been like 10 days since the Knicks. Feels like it's been forever since they played, right? The Knicks enter the NBA Finals on an 11-game win streak. To reiterate the point that I've made, the Knicks are the 5th team in the history of the league to have an 11-game postseason win streak. 89 Lakers, 99 Spurs, 01 Lakers, 17 Warriors, 26 Knicks. The 89 Lakers are the only team in that group that didn't win the title. Magic Johnson and Byron Scott both got hurt. Isaiah and the Pistons swept. The rest all won. The Knicks enter the NBA Finals with on literally the best 11-game run in the history of professional basketball, regular season or postseason. I would be stunned if OG and Bridges didn't play well. And if OG and Bridges play well, it will mean Brunson gets his. And if that happens, I think the Knicks are going to win. Give me the New York. I almost don't even want to say it. I think the Knicks are going to win the championship. I'm oddly confident. I'm going to stop short of guaranteeing it, of course. I'm not going to Joe Namath or Mark Messier it. I'm not going to guarantee anything. They can lose, and if they lose, I'll be crushed. As crushed as you could be at almost 43 years old with a wife and kid, with bigger problems than favorite NBA team winning a championship. As crushed as I could be at this stage in my life if they don't win. I would trade right now none of my other favorite teams winning a title for the next 10 years for the Knicks to win this championship. I hope and pray it happens. And I actually think it will.
Initially, I want to say Seattle. The reason, if I'm picking one just off of paper, talent, coaches, and all of that, it would be Seattle. My issue is that it's so damn hard to get back to the Super Bowl from one year to the next year that probability chances are it just won't happen. I'm going to say the Chicago Bears would be my sleeper type of team.
Okay.
What can they continue to develop into in year two with Ben Johnson, year two with Caleb Williams doing what he was able to do last year, learning on the job, but still showing us some of those traits that you can take over and win a game at the very end. Now, how do you continue to build that up to be able to play those first three quarters and all that the same way you play the last 45 seconds on a 2-minute drive to go win a game, and with some of the advancements they've made on the defensive side of the ball? I would say that would be my sleeper surprise pick rather than going with just the norm of teams. I would go on a limb and say the Chicago Bears.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call or simply just text your thoughts on the show at 310-840-4910. We are about an hour and a half away from tip-off. Game 1, NBA Finals, my New York Knicks versus the San Antonio Spurs. So until we do get to tip-off, running theme of today's show, last chance, get your NBA Finals predictions in. Who wins and in how many games? If you have a Finals MVP, we'll take it. Any other predictions? We'll take it. Fun first hour of the show. We talked with the 3-time NBA champion, the former San Antonio Spur, Danny Green, who picked the Knicks and picked Jalen Brunson to win Finals MVP.
Nuts.
I love it. We went streaking, and we talked about Caleb Williams being on the Madden cover and whether or not he's going to fall susceptible to the Madden curse. Well, Brad, if Jaden Daniels got put on the Madden cover last year, then we would have added another victim to the Madden curse. And it feels like it couldn't have got worse for the Commanders than it did last year. I mean, coming off of a trip to the NFC title game.
We suck again.
Coming off a trip to the NFC title game in 2024 where they were the Cardiac Commanders. They went 12-5, and then they beat Tampa Bay. Then they crushed the Lions. Then they got blown out by the Eagles. Last year, it was whatever could go wrong, did go wrong. Injuries, and injuries aplenty. Jaden Daniels getting hurt 3 separate times. They finished 5-12. Their defense was old. And now all of a sudden, they have a very turned over roster, but still the same key pieces. Jaden Daniels, Scary Terry McLaurin, Bill Krosky-Merritt coming off a disappointing rookie season. And on the defense, they still have Deron Payne. They still have Frankie Louvu. But now they've Odafe. They've added K'Lavon Chaisson from the Patriots. And on offense, they've added some key offensive linemen. And at tight end, they've added Chig Okonkwo coming over from the Tennessee Titans. But this year, as we know, is all about the health of Jaden Daniels. Can he stay healthy after the elbow injury, after the hamstring injury, after the multiple injuries that he suffered that cost him weeks 3 and 4, week 8, week 10, 11, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18. What is year 3 going to look like for Jaden Daniels here? Because most of the Washington Commanders' success is going to rest on how their quarterback plays. So, Brad, I truly don't know what the hell to expect from Jaden Daniels. When he's healthy, he's pretty damn good. Like borderline top 10 quarterback, in my opinion. I think a lot of people went way too far with how great he actually was in his rookie season. Took the step back with all the injuries last year. He stays healthy, and by healthy, he plays at least 15 games. I think the Commanders are going to be in the hunt for a playoff spot. But, man, I got to be honest. I think this team, they are lacking some serious weapons, and I just don't think that they're going to have a lot of success in this division this year. They might be the worst team in this division. But then again, we might have a classic NFC East where everybody's between 7 and 11 wins. So anything could happen if they get the luck and the fourth quarter comebacks and the good fourth down conversions that they got in year 1 with Dan Quinn. Then all of a sudden it might look like 2024 again. They're a wild card team to say the least.
Yeah, look, they could resemble that division, really the NFC South, and what we've seen here in recent seasons. Cannibalization, right? A lot of mediocrity, no real dominant team because you have maybe some decent teams, and they may not overachieve, and they're not going to quite underachieve either. Look, I will say this. My gut feeling with the Washington Commanders is they will grossly underachieve this year. I think they're going to be lucky to win maybe 5 or 6 games. I think, the defense is still very much a work in progress, but I think they're going to be a bottom 5 unit overall. Now, I love the draft pick of Sonny Styles out of the Ohio State. I thought they got great value where they selected him top 10. I didn't anticipate him slipping that far. So I thought Washington got a steal of a deal there. But, yeah, it's all contingent on Jaden Daniels. And the fact that, he is an outstanding scoring duelist that also works against him. Because when he gets the open field, given a slender frame, if he's not sliding, if he's not dodging hard contact, if he's not getting his ass out of bounds and he's absorbing some tough hits, it could be exit stage left, and you could miss him potentially for several weeks, if not the entire season, to a gruesome injury. We don't, God forbid, hope that happens. But it's definitely within the range of outcomes based on his overall playing style. The other downside with this team, you look at the weapons on offense, and we're going to get to, some of the running backs here. And I think there is a nice value with one of the running backs on this roster in fantasy football circles, but it's largely unimpressive, which Corey Krosky-Merritt, who started off hot and then really tailed off as the season wore on. Rashad White, the veteran from Tampa, now with Washington, former collegiate wide receiver. He's been decent in a pinch. And they got Kavon Island as well. So, I mean, they don't really have an extraordinary running back core, in my opinion. And then you look at the wide receivers. Okay, yeah, it's Scary Terry. A guy that certainly makes bones and spine shiver with the competition. And, he's a guy who may see 125, 130 targets out of necessity in this offense. But who is going to rise the occasion and be a certifiable, consistent WR2? Is it going to be Antonio Williams? Is it going to be Diami Brown? Is it going to be a Van Jefferson? No, I don't think so again. I got Chig Okonkwo, the former Tennessee Titan, at tight end. He has always had a very fascinating skill set, in my estimation, though a little bit undersized for a tight end, but pretty good in the open field, can run sharp routes and clean routes consistently. But is he going to be a guy that can get you even 600 yards receiving? That may be a stab in the dark. I just think the cupboard is rather bare with the weapons outside of Terry McLaurin for Jaden Daniels, I should say. So as a result, I think this team is not really going to deliver on any kind of hype. And I don't think there's a whole lot of hype, to say the least. Like I said, 5-6 wins, it feels about right. And I think you are correct in your assessment that living in the basement is where they're going to dwell this year. I think that seems like a foregone conclusion.
310-840-4910. Your predictions on the Commanders season here in 2026. We're doing this as we've done most of the days so far here since OTA started, going in order of the NFL draft. So we hit the Raiders and then so forth and so on. So we're at pick number 7. That's why we're discussing the Commanders today. Yeah, again, I mean, on paper, they lost a lot of names that are like, ooh, wow, like those are big losses. I mean, Bobby Wagner, Hall of Famer. I mean, he just didn't have it last year. Marshawn Lattimore, what a bust of a trade. Yeah. Remember, they get him in 2024 and he barely could stay healthy, and then he was pretty terrible last year as well. Zach Ertz, who was good for them, but getting up there in age, they needed to get younger and they needed to shed salary cap. Like, they're a classic team, Brad, that overachieved and was way ahead of schedule, seemingly, in year one with their new franchise quarterback in 2024 when they draft Jaden Daniels and they go to the NFC title game. So now that they got hit with a dose of reality last year, wait, how close are they? Closer to the 2024 team, or are they closer to last year? You tend to think that they're closer to last year. I kind of think that they're right in the I kind of think that they're right in the middle because, and here's again, and I was somebody that was saying we got to pump the brakes with the Jaden Daniels next Super Bowl champion quarterback here going into last year because of the how skinny he is and how dangerous he was running out in open field and the lack of sliding. And ironically enough, he got hurt 3 times last year. Only the last one was actually him trying to run. And it wasn't even like it was his elbow. It wasn't even his legs. When he went to stretch out the ball and then it got caught up and twisted around and then he needed surgery on the elbow. So I feel like Jaden Daniels is pretty damn good. I think he's borderline top 10 quarterback. So yes, everything you said about the weapons. I mean, Luke McCaffrey is a guy that's their second wide receiver right now. He's got 370 career receiving yards in 26 games. That's like 14 yards a game. Antonio Williams, 3rd round draft pick out of Clemson. How does he do? That's another guy that had a great season 2 years ago. Last year couldn't stay healthy with a hamstring injury. Terry McLaurin, I mean, he went through that whole contract dispute a year ago, and then he was just flat out terrible and hurt last season, where he missed basically the first half of the year. Second half of the year, put up decent numbers. The season was already lost. And the running back, Bill Krosky-Merritt, who we all raved about, at least I did, as a guy that was going to have a dominant season at running back, and he got every opportunity, and he just wasn't very good. The weapons around Jaden Daniels aren't that good. I still think he can lift a lot of them up. If he's on the field and he's healthy, this team could be fighting for a playoff spot in December. I do ultimately think they will fall short, though. And then I think at the end of the season, we're going to be asking ourselves, is Dan Quinn coming back for a year 4 as the Commanders head coach? So without further ado, let's get to our 3-point stance here, Brad. Best fantasy value, player prop pick, and over-under team wins. When you look at this Commanders team, who on this offense do you think brings you the best fantasy football value?
Yeah, look, I'm going to zig while everybody else is zagging for Bill Krosky-Merritt. I'm going to go with his tag team partner in that backfield. Give it Rachaad White, a slightly cheaper right now, RB40. Krosky-Merritt at RB39 in early best ball drafts. It's 134.11 overall for White. I mean, both highly affordable guys. I just don't trust Krosky Merritt, his overall skill set. A guy that's going to get supplanted in pass down situations, which is a strength of Rashad White, as we've seen prior with his stint with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A guy last season with the Buccaneers, only a 36.2% opportunity share. I think this is going to be a full-blown 50-50 split with him and JCM. White, respectable, number 28 in yards created per touch. He had the second best catch rate among all qualifying NFL running backs at 88.9%, a decent 2.95 yank per attempt. None to scoff at there. None to scoff at with his missed tackle rate at 18.9%. Doesn't have a whole lot of pizzazz when you watch him, but can't catch, 3 to 5 balls in a game. I think this team's going to be playing from behind early and often. So that's why you're probably going to see him on the field a ton in the second half. And again, you're getting for nothing in the beer fuzzy rounds of your fantasy draft. And to put a cherry on top of the sundae here, Pat, the strength of schedule for fantasy running backs is 7th easiest with the Washington Commanders. So give me Rashad White. And I got a feeling you're going to disagree, and you're going to go with the Zigger over the Zagger, aren't you?
Yeah, look, I fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I feel like we could be heading down Kyle Pitts territory here with Bill Krosky Merritt, but I'm not giving up on my guy. I still think he brings a ton of value here. He played every game last year. So there's something to be said about that. Durability. And I know that at least in OTAs, they have undisclosed, might have been dealing with an injury. He was dressed for practice last Wednesday, a week ago, but was not participating in team drills. So I don't know what that's about. Again, it's early. That was at the end of May. Now we're in early June. I want to see what his status looks like in mandatory minicamp. But again, the guy was healthy all season long last year, and he ran for 805 yards and 8 touchdowns in a terrible season where Terry McLaurin was hurt for half the year. Deebo Samuel was washed up. Jaden Daniels was hurt for 75% of the season. And so they had nobody to really make you fearful of. And so teams are stacking the box and stopping the run. And they're like, all right, who's going to hurt us here on this Commanders team, especially in the games that Jaden Daniels was hurt in. Like, Marcus Mariota is really going to hurt us here. So teams were selling out on the run. And you mentioned a bit of an easier strength of schedule fantasy-wise for the Commanders this year, and teams that are probably going to give up some decent amount of points to running backs. And if Jaden Daniels is healthy, this all depends on it. We could throw everything out the whole window with the Commanders season if Jaden Daniels does get hurt again and misses more than 5-6 games. But I think that makes the run game, it makes the pass game more respectable. You have to worry about Jaden Daniels' legs. And then, in turn, that gives Bill Krosky Merritt some chance to run. Yes, he's not a great pass catcher. He only had 9 catches on the entire season last year. But, again, he goes into the season as the starting running back, and he's RB39. There's only 32 teams in the league. So, you're basically saying there's 7 teams, if not more, that their backup running backs you should take in front of the starting running back for the Commanders? I'm sorry. I think this is a buy low spot here for Bill Krosky Merritt. There is some value on him, and there might be value on Rashad Wright as well.
True.
You might get value on both of them, considering where their ADP is. But I'm going with Bill Krosky Merritt because I think you need a traditional first and second down running back, and if Jaden Daniels is healthy, that's going to make this run game better. I'm going Bill Krosky Merritt. All right, Brad. Season-long player prop pick. Who do you like here for the commies?
I do like Jaden Daniels. I'm going to take the over on 4.5 rushing touchdowns. It seems like a low number, and I get it plus money right now at BetMGM at plus 110. Look, I do believe that Daniels is going to play at least the majority of the season. There is the risk of the nasty and gnarly injury, and maybe he succumbs at some point, but hopefully he can play 13, 14 games. That maybe is all that I need for him to get to 5 rushing touchdowns this season. You look back to 2 years ago, he had 6 rushing TDs in that inaugural campaign. He only had 2 last year, but you look at 2025 when he was on the field, he averaged 8.3 rush attempts per game, averaged right around 1 of those per contest inside the red zone. Very healthy, 4.79 yards per carry. And he has a relatively easy strength of schedule as well for a fantasy quarterback. But in this instance, we're talking about him as a rusher. And as we just laid out with JCM or Rashad White, They have the 7th easiest fantasy football strength of schedule for RB. So put it all together, correlate, synergize, and bring it all together. Jane Daniels, I feel, will cross the chalk with his legs at least 5 times. He does that, plus 110. Count me in.
Yeah, I certainly don't dislike it. And as much as they might be telling him this year to run way less and to slide, I mean, it's gonna be tough to tell a guy to not do that if he's in the red zone. He's got an opportunity to get across the line. Remember, David Blau, the new offensive coordinator for the Commanders this year after Cliff Kingsbury departed. So we'll see what that offense does look like and some of their foundational pieces. By the way, Brad, I'm watching Tip Off on ahead of the NBA Finals, and they've got Chuck and Ernie and all those guys atop the arena. They've got the Spurs Fiesta City shirts all laid out in the arena.
Oh, that's good news for you, because the Spurs have really underachieved, by the way, when they've been breaking out the Fiesta colors in the stands. I don't know the official record, off the top of my head, but from what I've seen them break out those, festive colors and that scheme, they've greatly underwhelmed. So, man, maybe I should just load up on the Knicks tonight.
All right, back to our player prop pick for the season for the Commanders. I like Chig Okonkwo. Again, Zach Ertz departs. I don't trust any of the other receivers on this team. I'm sorry. I don't trust Terry McLaurin to put up another 1,000-yard year. I mean, if he stays healthy, I don't see how he doesn't, but that's not something I would want to pick for the whole year. I don't trust Luke McCaffrey. I don't trust the rookie Antonio. I don't trust any of those guys. I do trust Chig Okonkwo for sure. Last couple of years in Tennessee, he had every season, all of his 4 seasons in Tennessee where he had at least 450 yards. The guy's never missed a game in his life. Knock on wood. Hasn't missed a game in his entire career. I don't know about his life. In his NFL career, he has yet to miss a game. He played all 68 possible games with the Titans, and the fewest amount of receiving yards he had was his rookie year at 450. He's the number 1 tight end. You know, they still have John Bates and Ben Sinnott. I mean, come on. Like those guys shouldn't be getting the ball in the end zone and in the red zone like Chig Okonkwo. So he's a proven tight end, good run blocker, good pass catcher, especially yards after the catch. Guy ran a 4.52 40-yard dash, so he's got good speed. And we know that Zach Ertz was a big favorite target of Jaden Daniels the last couple of years. So I'll go Chig Okonkwo over 475.5 receiving yards. He's durable, so if an injury happens, it's bad luck. But fewest receiving yards in any season was his rookie at 450. For the number 1 tight end with a lack of pass catchers elsewhere, yeah, I'll go Chig Okonkwo to go over his receiving yards. All right, Brad, finally, at our friends at BetMGM, the team total for wins for the Commanders this year, 7.5. Over or under for Washington?
Well, I've already shown my hand here. Cue the minute work. I'm going to live in the land down under on this. 7.5 is outrageously high, and the fact that it's juice to the over makes it even more palatable. Taking the under here at plus 110. I think it's a 5-6 win team only. Again, the strength of schedule overall, the 4th hardest, according to Mike Clay at ESPN, in the National Football League. I already mentioned the lack of weapons they have, the work in progress. Defense could be a sieve at times. It could be a long year in the nation's capital. So give me the under on the Commanders, 7.5 wins at plus 110, please, and thank you.
By the way, the second verse of the chorus for Land Down Under, when he says buying bread from a man in Brussels, he was 6'4" and full of muscle, and he gave him a Vegemite sandwich, and he said, "I come from a land down under where beer does flow and men chunder." What does chunder mean?
I'll let your mind wander.
Whoa, first of all, great rhyme. Second of all, yeah, chunder sounds like something I'm doing by myself when the girlfriend's not home.
If the Knicks win, you damn right you're doing it by yourself.
Chunder is an informal slang term primarily used in Australia. It means to vomit. Oh, hopefully I'm not doing that.
Okay. Well, the antithesis then, if the Knicks lose, yeah, you'll be doing that, and hopefully by yourself.
I'll be chundering. I'll be hitting the chunder. I'm going to go over on the Commanders. I don't like it. I hate season-long wing totals, honestly, because injuries, unpredictable. The NFL, unpredictable. I feel like they fall just over this, though. I feel like they go 8-9, and that's me just giving some respect to Jaden Daniels. And I do like the defensive additions they made to this team. Their defense was god-awful last year. They had no pass rush. So they bring in Odafe Owe, who had a big season last year with the with the LA Chargers after coming over from the trade in Baltimore. I love the draft pick of Sonny Styles. Leo Chanel, they don't have a starting spot for Leo Chanel right now. So their linebacking core is stacked. They bring in K'Lavon Chaisson from New England. So I feel like they're going to be able to get after the quarterback. They could have one of the most dangerous pass rushers in football. And because of that, and because of Jaden Daniels, I feel like they could find a way to get themselves to 8 wins. I'd be surprised, though, if this team is a playoff team, because I just think they have a complete lack of offensive weapons that is going to catch up with them at one point or another this season. All righty. Take a short break. We got some callers as well, but we got to get to the list. So maybe we'll hit the calls and make it a quick segment, and then we'll get to the list afterwards. If you want to join the show, 310-840-4910. We're just over an hour away from tip-off. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What's your favorite game or event that you've ever been a part of, called, announced, etc.?
I really can't single out any one, but when I'm asked, I have 3 that I immediately just toss out there. I didn't call Kirk Gibson's home run, the pinch hit home run in Game 1 of 1988's World Series off Dennis Eckersley. Jack Buck had a memorable call on radio, and Vin Scully had one of his greatest calls on television, but I was the pregame and postgame host for NBC, and that remains the most theatrical baseball moment I've ever been connected to. Not necessarily the biggest or the best, but the most theatrical in the way it played out. And I interviewed Gibson immediately on the field in the aftermath of this miraculous home run. And I actually said that this reminded me of Roy Hobbs at bat, Robert Redford as Roy Hobbs in the movie The Natural, which was fairly new at that time during the 1980s. And what NBC's producers did, and it was brilliant, was they went to work and they intercut Redford's at bat with Gibson's at bat, along with Randy Newman's soundtrack from The Natural. And that's the way we came on the air before Game 2, because it was that dramatic and that theatrical in the way the whole thing played out. You couldn't have staged it any more dramatically than that. So that's one. Another is Muhammad Ali lighting the torch at the opening ceremony of the Olympics in Atlanta in 1996, a moment both powerful and poignant. And the third would be Michael Jordan's last shot as a Chicago Bull. We thought at the time it was perhaps his last shot of the NBA, but he did come back for a couple of seasons with the Wizards. But essentially, that's the way the curtain came down. And talk about theatrical, one of the greatest careers in the history of American sports ends in the most dramatic way possible. Classic jump shot, down by a point, changes it to up by a point, closes out the series, closes out his career, 6 titles, 6 MVPs in the finals, never lost in the finals. That's a perfect punctuation.
May have pushed off, but I'm a lifelong Knicks fan, and Michael Jordan ruined my childhood saying that.
Stop. If that play happens in the second quarter of a regular season game, no one even comments on it. Russell's momentum was already carrying him in the other direction. The little hand on his tush, as I said in the Last Dance documentary, was the equivalent of a maitre d' showing a customer to his table. It had nothing to do with the play. He had already faked him out of position and was wide open and then hit the shot.
I hated them. I can't.
Well,
unless the Knicks win a championship, I can't shake it. I'm being honest up front about my hate for them.
right now, this is the best team in the National Football League. They were Super Bowl favorites before they added Myles Garrett to this team. To me, this is a special trade. I think even for me personally, I was in Cleveland Myles' rookie year when he got there, and the slogan on our team at that time from Hugh Jackson was "Embrace the suck." We knew what it was going to be coming off a 1-15 season, and then we went 0-16
I was
that
going to
season.
say, you did. You did.
Yes,
I hate
exactly.
to say that. I'm not
We
trying
did
to be
that
a
well.
jerk. But
So for Myles, and he's played in 3 playoff games throughout his 9 years, but he's done so much damage on teams that weren't able to get over the hump or even get close to where they wanted to get. So for him personally, you come into the league on a bad team with a Hall of Fame player like Joe Thomas, who you saw and probably got to go against every single day in practice. And you saw a guy that finished his last game against the Titans when he got injured in a Hall of Fame career, never getting to see that type of team success. So now you fast forward for Myles, 9 years of that. Now you get an opportunity to go play in 7 primetime games, and you get to chase a Lombardi trophy. So to me, this is special. This is a Rams defense that fell apart towards the end of the season, but was at the top of the league when you look at pressures, sacks, and all of those things. And now you've just added the Defensive Player of the Year along with the MVP from a year ago. So this is an extremely dangerous team right now with this type of move. Sucks they had to give up Jared Verse, who I think is a fantastic player. But when you get a guy like Myles Garrett on your defense, with what they've added in the secondary with the trade of Trent McDuffie and adding Jalen Watson, like you've completely changed your defense and how you're going to be able to attack your opponents.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get to your calls here in 2 minutes, but Brad, we have a text on the topic we were talking about last segment. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, how do you think they will fare this year? And we've got no name attached to this, which I wish they did, because this is a bold take, and I don't hate it. 240 number, which, let's see, what is 240 area code? That is west and central parts of Maryland. So this might even be a Commanders fan, or it's a Ravens fan. But they said, Washington will start the season 1-7, and Dan Quinn will be fired. Daniels is RG3 2.0, one-hit wonder. Yikes. I mean, that is a scathing take.
But completely believable. Here's the opening schedule for Washington. At Philadelphia, at Dallas, potential losses right there. Maybe going to go home against in 3. Go across the pond in London and face Indianapolis Colts. Then they're back home with no bye against the Giants at home. Then at San Francisco. Then the actual bye. And it's still to get better after the bye. They get Philadelphia after that. At home, LAR, that's the LA Rams at home, at the Giants, Cincinnati after that. I mean, that is a brutal schedule. It's conceivable there's like 1-2 wins at most embedded in there. And honestly, going 1-7 to start the season, that is entirely within the range of outcomes. And I'm going to just give you a BS kind of random out of my keister percentage chance it happens. I'll say 43%, Pat. 1-7 start for the Washington Commanders.
Woof. I mean, well, if Jaden Daniels gets hurt, then yeah, then that's on the table for sure, because Marcus Mariota flat out stinks. And after that, you got Ethan Kaliakmanis from Rutgers, who barely even threw a pass. And they do have the man with the most lethal hair and maybe on the entire planet, though, Sam Hartman, my guy from Notre Dame. But yeah, look, I mean, if Jaden Daniels goes down, basically cancel the season. Cancel the season for the Commanders if that happens.
Tough.
All right, let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Johnny is in Atlanta. Oh, I wonder how this is going to go. Johnny's next up on BetMGM tonight. He's on line 2. Johnny, what's going on? Johnny!
Pat, you hear me?
We got you now.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, I'll just call in to get your last little excitement for the season, for the stars, man. Hey, wish you luck, but man, I gotta give out 2 shout outs real quick. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Noon High School, Noon, Georgia, Stephen Castle, bring it home tonight. Other Peachtree Ridge, Gwinnett County, Georgia, Devin Vassell, bring it home. I'm tired of hearing these New York Knicks fans. Let's end this reign right now. That's my take.
Okay.
Passionate.
All right, Johnny. We appreciate the call. I got no problem him shouting out Stephon Castle, who, yes, is from Covington, Georgia. And Devin Vassell, I didn't hear the town, so I'm looking it up. Devin Vassell from Suwanee, Georgia. So, yep, Johnny's from the ATL, even though he's a Pacers fan, I believe. And I think he secretly loves my New York Knicks. So he's going to try to hate. He's got to hate on him, and he's got to doubt him every chance he gets. But, Johnny, we appreciate the call. Brad, I can't wait to hear what Johnny's going to have to say when he's going to have to come on the show and apologize after the Knicks win this series.
Well, yeah, we're going to find out. I mean, it's possible San Antonio takes it tonight. Again, I feel it's going to be nip and tuck, man. I feel it in my bones right now. I'm going to give you my official prediction a little bit later on the show. But, man, people are just hyped for this series, and they should be. This could shatter viewer ratings that we've seen here the last several years. I think everybody's on pins and needles in anticipation. It should be compelling TV, to say the least, from beginning to end.
All right, finally, let's get the other side of the coin, shall we? Let's get some Knicks representation in here. Let's go to Ross, who's in New Jersey, 310-840-4910 to join the show. Ross on line 1. Ross, what's up, brother? How you feeling?
Fellas, how we doing? Hey, Pat, I woke up this morning, I checked the calendar, saw it was the month of June, and saw there was a Knicks game scheduled today. I still couldn't believe it, man. I thought I was just in some sort of deep sleep trying to wake myself out of like a dream. And, this is all too real, man. And listen, that last time I talked to you guys, I went through, even Brad, you've seen it firsthand too with your Cubbies, how many years, the 100+ of the Billy Go and whatnot and the Bartman. We've pretty much been the NBA equivalent, Pat. And now to finally see this come into fruition, now that it's finally getting real, now that you're seeing the courts and whatnot and all this hype, all this talk's finally getting real, to kind of piggyback off Johnny's last call, a couple of years ago, shout out to the 201. I went to high school with Dylan Harper. Shout out Don Bosco Prep. But I wouldn't give a damn if he grew up in my freaking living room. I don't care who he's from, where he's from, man. Shout out to the New York Knicks. Shout out to Manhattan, Pat. 4 wins away, baby, from a – oh, my God, if this team could pull this off. And just one last thing, guys, it's embarrassing enough, this city. We got multiple teams in every sport, and just the overall draft, you got to go back to 2011, Pat, with your New York Football Giants. And if you ask somebody 10 years ago to the day, who would be the team to break that drought? And if somebody told you our New York Knicks, we probably would have laughed in their face. So shout out to Jalen Brunson. Shout out to Tom Thibodeau. Thank him for all he did. Julius Randle as well. None of this is possible without him. We can't forget those two. As we know, they kind of rode off into the sunset and have built the foundation of this team we're going to see take the court tonight. But for this team, they're 4 wins away, Pat, from not only having their legacies defined forever across the league, across all the sports, but most importantly, in the Canyon of Heroes right here in New York City, man. I'm so freaking pumped. Let's go Knicks, baby.
Let's go, Ross. Let's go.
Nice.
That got me fired up, baby. A shout out to Julius Randle and Tibbs. I love it. I wouldn't give a damn if Dylan Harper grew up in my living room. That was a great line from Ross.
That is. It's solid, really. And I appreciate the homage to the prior head coach and, of course, Julius Randle as well. So, yeah, that was a mighty fine call. This is how passionate and how pumped people are on both sides of the ledger. This is going to be must-see TV. I can't wait either.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, also shout out like Andrea Bargnani, Emmanuel Mudiay, Clay Anthony Early. We had a brief spell with Joakim Noah, Ron Baker, Raymond Felton. Like, shout out those guys. That was when the Knicks made the playoffs, or when the Knicks made the conference finals last year, those names started to resurface. Some of the worst basketball I've ever watched in my life. Lua Munson. I mean, oh, my God. Mari Stoudemire and Melo. That was the last great Knicks team before this last, 4 or 5 years here. So it's just surreal. And we're less than an hour away. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. Any last pump up, shout outs, predictions you have on Knicks and Spurs? Get them in. 310-840-4910. It's a special Wednesday night when we return as well because we're going to play the list. We'll tell you why, and we'll play it. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Let's say Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to join Myles Garrett on this Rams defensive line. We're talking two surefire first ballot Hall of Fame players. Now, Donald's an interesting case because he's been retired for a couple years, right? 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Aaron Donald. Garrett's won 2. Donald, 8-time first team All-Pro. Myles Garrett, 5-time first team All-Pro. Like, this will evoke memories in terms of Hall of Fame tandems. The 2000 Ravens, the 85 Bears, the 02 Bucks, who had 4 Hall of Famers on that defense, the 61 Packers, the 70 Steelers. But I think it's fair to say, now, it would require Donald to at least be, 85% of what he was, and who knows if that would be the case. It would be the greatest defensive tackle, defensive end pairing in the history of football. And I don't think there's any argument against it if Donald can be even close to what he once was, along with Myles Garrett. The team that it reminds me of, and this team won the Super Bowl, and I am not insinuating that the Rams will win the Super Bowl. They could very easily not. The team it reminds me of, and the 07 Patriots would be a good example as well, who loaded up after losing the title game to the Colts and blowing that 21-3 lead in Indianapolis with Randy Moss and Wes Welker and others. It's got a little 94 San Francisco 49ers vibe to it. After losing back-to-back title games to the Dallas Cowboys, here's Deion Sanders. Here's Ken Norton Jr. Hell, even Richard Dent came over to join the San Francisco 49ers. Remember Richard Dent, San Francisco 49er? That's kind of the vibe that I get with this Rams team. They will be an even shorter price than they are now to win the Super Bowl. Will they win it? Maybe. But yeah, I think you're nuts if you don't look at what they're doing, if Donald comes out of retirement, and compare it to some of those teams that I've referenced in the history of the league. No one, I think, is going to say, if they're being honest, that Victor Wembanyama is going to be better than Michael. It's a crazy thing to say, right? But I think we can acknowledge, or maybe you disagree, and that's fine, right? That it's within the range of outcomes, given his age, his size, what he's already accomplished, that it might not be nuts to suggest that he could maybe breathe that rarefied air at some point and sit in the pantheon of greats, maybe along with Michael.
Yeah.
As someone who called these games with MJ, what do you think about that? Yeah, please.
He can put his name in the conversation, but I've always said that when it comes to basketball, centers, even as they differ, Russell's not the same as Wilt, who's not the same as Olajuwon, not the same as a healthy Walton, and on, Kareem, obviously. Even as they differ, centers should be separate from guards and forwards. It's like comparing goalies in hockey to forward centers or defensemen. It's kind of a separate category. But the thing with Wemby is, he's hard to categorize He's obviously not just a classic post player. Those hardly exist anymore. He is, the word unique is often overused when people really mean rare, but he is a unique player. The combination of skills, the body control, the size, the whole thing. I mean, they tell me he's 7'5". They list him at 7'4" for whatever reason. None of the all-time greats that I mentioned were as tall as Wemby. Most of them were more sturdy than Wemby appears to be. But he's only 22. He may fill out further, but he may not want to, because part of his approach, the body control and the way he prepares himself, meditation. You notice when he goes to the free throw line, he closes his eyes before the shot. The whole way in which he approaches maximizing his body for the tasks of basketball is new age. It's 21st century. Makes some of these comparisons difficult, but certainly he has a chance. Bottom line, he has a chance to be in the conversation of the all-time greats, if he isn't there already.
Sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Welcome back, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll get back to your phone calls here in just a bit, so hang tight. Any NBA Finals predictions you have? Game 1 tip-off about 45 minutes away. 310-840-4910. But first, we normally play it on a Friday night. But since our VP, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, the great Monty, he's going to be off Thursday and Friday this week, we figured tonight would be a great night, and it's going to help me calm some nerves, going to help me get to 8:30 p.m. Eastern without freaking out. It is time for the list.
I'm going to have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
All righty. A little trivia here. Monty comes up with the list, and then me, Brad, and Combs normally have to see if we could fill out that list to its completion. So, Monty, I'm guessing it's going to be something NBA Finals related, but what is the list for tonight, brother?
What would make you think that?
I don't know.
We are definitely going NBA Finals. You are correct on that assumption. We are going to do something that I think will be fun. It is the most total points scored in NBA Finals history, the top 20 players. So not points per game, just total points scored in NBA Finals games, top 20 all time.
I like it. This is a good one. Alrighty, let's. I feel like our normal order is Brad, then Combs, then me. So I'm cool if you guys are cool with that order.
Yeah, hell yeah,
I'd like
let's
to go
do it.
first because I only know one name,
No,
but sure.
no. I need all the help I can get.
Oh, God. Okay.
All right, Brad, go ahead. Kick us off.
Well, it's only appropriate. Over my right shoulder, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I have a magazine cover with the legend himself, number 23, Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Final answer.
You think he's on this list? That's crazy. That's nuts. No, yeah, he's on here. He is fourth all time.
Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, LeBron's been to 110 of them. He hasn't won any of them except for like 4. So I'll go with LeBron.
He is number 2.
Take the guy's junk out of your mouth. Oh, I guess it would be the opposite. Stop riding.
Yeah. Exactly. What the hell?
I guess he's only won like 4 of them.
You go argue with the dog again, okay?
I will. I will. That Air Corgi is dead to me. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with the most recent dynasty we saw in NBA history here. So give me Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors.
You are correct. He is 12th all time in NBA Finals points scored with 928.
Just for reference, that's Steph Curry and not Steph Furry, correct?
Oh, Steph Curry is just so adorable. Steph Curry wishes he was. All right. Obviously, I got to go the 1980s, an era that I know and love. The LA Lakers really dominated it from my recollection. So how about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
He is third all time with over 1,300 points scored in the NBA Finals.
Kobe?
Kobe? Who's Kobe?
Kobayashi? Kobayashi?
Kobe Bryant is 11th all time.
Oh, that's a Kobe he's talking about. Okay.
I'm going to feel like an absolute moron if he's not number one, let alone on the list. This feels like it's too easy to not be him. How about Wilt Chamberlain?
Looking like he is not on the list, Pat.
Oh!
What?
My God!
Wow!
Stop. You're kidding. How is Wilt Chamberlain not on the list?
Fantastic.
He's not.
Fantastic.
You gotta be
Prepare
kidding me,
mentally for
Monty.
game one, Pat. Just prepare mentally for game one. You need the extra time. You just got gifted the extra time.
How is he not on the list, dude?
He is 23rd. That's how. 652 points scored in the NBA Finals is not top 20. I'm sorry.
Pat, man.
Is that because it was the
these
ABA?
games are not
Was
for
it?
you, buddy.
Could be. I'd have to look deeper into it. I haven't looked at all possibilities.
No, there's no way. I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe Wilt Chamberlain. I'm looking at his.
He said he's number 23 on the list. He's
it's
giving you
garbage,
factual
though.
information.
You can't question Monty's list. I'm sorry. It's
Wilt
Monty's
Pick it up
Chamberlain-
with Basketball Reference, man.
Wilt Chamberlain's teams made the playoffs basically every year from 1960 to 1973. He averaged over 30 points per game in the playoffs for like 7 years in a row.
But did
what
they
about the
even play
finals?
78
Finals that
series
they
back
make?
then?
Well, I guess it is the finals, but I mean, they won the title in 67. They won it in 72.
I guess! That's the entire point, Pat!
My God. Such a sore loser. Man, is he going to be angry tonight
bitter.
when the Spurs win.
Bitter Betsy. My turn?
All right. Yeah, it's you, Brad.
I'm going to stick with my Lakers theme. Magic Johnson.
Yes, 10th all time.
Yeah. All right.
Brandon?
We got to go with people who have been to the finals a bunch. Shaq?
There's a guess right there. Yeah, 13th all time.
Yeah, that's a good guess. Okay. I know he made the finals in the early days of the NBA. He's the damn logo. Jerry West?
Jerry West is the guy who holds the record for most points in the NBA Finals.
Okay.
Almost 1,700.
Tim Duncan.
You see, you're good, Brando. You're good. 19th on the list. 708
good.
points scored in the finals.
Okay, I think I got a couple
just
more
naming names of
stabs.
players I know at this point. So hopefully,
I'm just thinking of
Nick's
legends.
list.
I'm going to old school. With the Celtics, they made a lot of titles during his era. Bill Russell.
He is 6th on the list.
Okay.
Bob Cousy on there?
Bob Cousy is on the list.
Man. Okay. I might get Brandon. So, Jordan's obvious. But what about the number 2 Bull? I mean, the Bulls were in the finals so many flipping times. Scottie Pippen make the list?
It's a good guess. God damn it.
That's a good guess, and I like your reasoning. However, he is not on the list.
Oh my God. I have to name one to win.
Name one to win. If not, we'll keep going. Scottie Pippen is 22nd. Just
Man, that's brutal.
beyond the threshold.
Brutal.
Steph's on there. What about Klay? Klay Thompson?
Klay Thompson is not on the list. He is 25th. You guys are close. We got 1 minute, so let's see. I think it's sudden. Well, I guess Brandon should get another chance, but if Brad gets it, so we got 1 minute, Brad.
All right. I'm just going to name an old player that I know and pray that he's on the list. Let's go with, I'm going to go really old. Elgin Baylor.
He is on the list, 5th all time.
Oh!
Brandon, to keep it alive.
Jesus. I'm looking at these players to try to find their teammates. Dwayne Wade.
He is 20th. Back to
Oh,
Brad.
no way.
We got like 30 seconds, Brad.
Oh, man. God, I'm running out of names. Larry Bird.
Call it. Larry Bird is on the list.
Oh my God. Unfreaking believable. Let's go with
out of rear.
Let's go with I don't know. I'm out. I lose.
All right, well, we'll take a break. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll preview game 1 and see if Combs has any other guesses when we return here on BetMGM tonight.
So my confidence level heading into this game tonight is actually pretty high for my New York Knicks. As we've talked about, and they haven't played since Memorial Day. It's been like 10 days since the Knicks. Feels like it's been forever since they played, right? The Knicks enter the NBA Finals on an 11-game win streak. To reiterate the point that I've made, the Knicks are the 5th team in the history of the league to have an 11-game postseason win streak. 89 Lakers, 99 Spurs, 01 Lakers, 17 Warriors, 26 Knicks. The 89 Lakers are the only team in that group that didn't win the title. Magic Johnson and Byron Scott both got hurt. Isaiah and the Pistons swept. The rest all won. The Knicks enter the NBA Finals with literally the best 11-game run in the history of professional basketball, regular season or postseason. I would be stunned if OG and Bridges didn't play well. And if OG and Bridges play well, it will mean Brunson gets his. And if that happens, I think the Knicks are going to win. Give me the New York. I almost don't even want to say it. I think the Knicks are going to win the championship. I'm oddly confident. I'm going to stop short of guaranteeing it, of course. I'm not going to Joe Namath or Mark Messier it. I'm not going to guarantee anything. They can lose, and if they lose, I'll be crushed. As crushed as you could be at almost 43 years old with a wife and kid. with bigger problems than favorite NBA team winning a championship. As crushed as I could be at this stage in my life if they don't win. I would trade right now none of my other favorite teams winning a title for the next 10 years for the Knicks to win this championship. I hope and pray it happens. And I actually think it will.
Initially, I want to say Seattle. The reason, if I'm picking one just off of paper, talent, coaches, and all of that, it would be Seattle. My issue is that it's so damn hard to get back to the Super Bowl from one year to the next year that probability chances are it just won't happen. I'm going to say the Chicago Bears would be my sleeper type of team.
Okay.
What can they continue to develop into in year two with Ben Johnson, year two with Caleb Williams doing what he was able to do last year, learning on the job, but still showing us some of those traits that you can take over and win a game at the very end. Now, how do you continue to build that up to be able to play those first three quarters and all that the same way you play the last 45 seconds on a 2-minute drive to go win a game, and with some of the advancements they've made on the defensive side of the ball? I would say that would be my sleeper surprise pick rather than going with just the norm of teams. I would go on a limb and say the Chicago Bears.
Day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now. We are 30 minutes away from tip-off in Game 1 of the NBA Finals between the Knicks and the Spurs. Watch party. You're going to watch along with us, listen along with us. We'll keep you posted throughout the game. Live instant reaction, in-game analysis. You know, maybe some bets here or there from our friends at BetMGM. But you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We're going to get back to your phone calls here in just a bit, 310-840-4910. Any last-minute predictions on the NBA Finals? Who wins it? How many games? Finals MVP, any prediction last minute you want to give us? Again, 310-840-4910. You could call or you can text, and then we'll dive deep into Game 1. Brad and I have already given our predictions. Brad says Spurs in 7. I say Knicks in 6. We'll go into Game 1, though, again, which is just over 30 minutes away, and we'll get you ready for Game 1 tonight. But, Brad, right before we broke, we were finishing up the list, and you threw out what player again did you give out? Elgin Baylor? Was that the one, or did we then go to the tiebreaker here? You threw out a
We
name
did.
right before commercial break, and then Combs said, I'm out. So I think you freaking win the list, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, with Larry Bird, who
That's what it
seemed
was.
rather obvious. And I was like, am I overthinking this? Like, how do we forget about one of the greatest shooters of all time in NBA history, and the fact that the Celtics made a ton of finals in the 1980s? So it seemed like a layup, but I was rather unsure. But Larry Bird, the clincher from way downtown, swish.
Yep, and Combs said, I'm out. And so how about that? That was a stunner. I get knocked out in like the third guess because I said Wilt Chamberlain. Lo and behold, not in the top 20 all time in points scored in the NBA Finals. He was like 25th or 23rd or whatever it was. And Combs, we ran out of time, but he also ran out of guesses. And so, Brad, you win. That's Look, you said it when the show started. I don't care if I never win the list again. If I never win Guess Who, which we're going to do Guess Who, by the way, coming up in 20 minutes. I don't care if I don't get a single freaking point in Guess Who. As long as the Knicks win this finals, I'm okay if I never win another game on this damn show ever again.
Yeah, there it is. And that's the right mentality. I mean, you just got to live to see your Knicks win a title and hoist the Larry O'Brien. So, don't go weaving into traffic tonight on your way home.
Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get to your phone calls here before we preview game one. Bert is next up in Baltimore. Line 1, BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Bert?
What's up, gentlemen? Pat, I believe that at the moment you believe that, but I've been listening to you since you first came on the air. You are way too competitive. You'll care by tomorrow whether you win or lose playing a game of Parcheesi. But I can appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Hey, I've been watching hoops for a long time. First NBA Finals, 1980, Lakers over the Portland Trail Blazers. Picking against the spread for me in my life has been a fool's errand, but picking straight up has been relatively simple in the NBA playoffs. Whatever team has the best player typically wins. Not whatever team has the guy that used to be the best player or that might be one day the best player. And the rest of the world is going to see, Pat, what you already know, that the best player currently in these NBA Finals is a man named Jalen Brunson. The New York Knicks win the series, and they win it in 6.
Whoa! Bert!
Wow.
Let's go! Let's go, Bert! I love that stuff. By the way, Bert knows me very well. Oh, cram it up your cram hole, Combs. That's a great caller right there. That's a legendary call. Bert in Baltimore. Yes, he knows me, by the way. I'll be pissed off if we play Guess Who tomorrow. I'll be pissed off if we play Guess Who next segment and I lose. And I'll try to play it off as if I don't care because all I care about is about the Knicks. But Bert is right. Wow. He threw me through a loop there, Brad. I thought he was going to say the best player in this series, in this finals, is Victor Wembanyama. That's why the Spurs are going to win.
Uh-huh.
And then putting some respect on Jalen Brunson's name and going Knicks in 6. That's a man that knows ball, and he's been watching for 40 years, like you said. So I love that.
Yeah, that's a good game there by the caller. Absolutely, leaving us in suspense, adding a little twist of drama. We're hanging by our fingernails, and you're thinking, oh yeah, this inevitability is going to go Victor Wembanyama, yada yada yada, the greatest thing since sliced bread, yada yada yada. No, it's Jalen Brunson. No, it's the Knicks. You got another friend, you got another supporter. So now with our show tally, that gap between people picking the Spurs and the Knicks, it is tightening and fast, mi amigo.
Yeah, big time, especially Danny Green. And look, Danny Green's on TV every day. He's on the worldwide leader.
He won 3 titles.
He won 3 titles, won it with the Spurs. He played for the Spurs for a decade. He's got every reason to pick the Spurs, and he picked the Knicks.
Yeah.
You picked the Knicks. I like it. I'm feeling good. All right. It's nearly game time. We're about 30 minutes away. Well, I mean, they listed at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. If you don't know how the NBA works by now, this game probably ain't tipping off till 8:45. So we probably got about 35, 40 minutes. But I feel good. Scale of 1 to 10, confidence level. I probably am at a 7.5. But let's get you the names and the numbers here from our friends at BetMGM. Here are the lines for game one. Now that it is just a matter of moments away, the Spurs are 4.5-point favorites. The total is 217.5. That total's been popping up and down, 218, 216. I think people are torn on whether or not this is going to be an offensive game and an offensive series, or whether or not it's going to be a defensive battle. I think it's important to get you the referee assignments for tonight. Usually he's known as the extender. Tonight, he's going to be the opener. Scott Foster is the crew chief, and I feel like in my time as a Knicks fan, I've been on the wrong end of a lot of Scott Foster officiated games. So if I have to see him do his stupid little one-finger technical foul on somebody tonight, I'm going to explode. But anyway, Knicks plus 155 on the money line. Spurs minus 190. And Brad, how are you feeling about game one tonight? You picked the Spurs in 7, but I think you've been kind of saying here throughout the show, you feel like game one tonight is going to be tight.
I do, and for the record, I saw this. You just brought it to my mind with Scott Foster being one of the refs in the game. I pulled this from Action Network. I saw this earlier today. I'm just going to read you a tweet. Just pulled it up right now. A significant referee trend for the Knicks at plus 4.5 tonight. The Knicks are 9-0, Pat. 9-0 ATS against the spread in their last 9 playoff games officiated by Scott Foster. How about that, Pat? Does that balloon your confidence even more, going from 7.5 maybe to like 9.5? I know you're disparaging Scott Foster, but you're 9-0 ATS when he is calling games on the floor.
Well, yeah, I mean, all 9 have probably been in the last 11 games that the Knicks have won, and so even Scott Foster can't slow down the Knicks. But no, I mean that probably goes back to the beginning of last year in the postseason, and so yeah, I mean, I don't know, Scott Foster. I think when in terms of the over under, I think Scott Foster, it's slightly lean towards the overs, but I don't know. I feel like the last couple of games where I've been paying attention to who's reffing them, I think Scott Foster was the ref in game 4 of the Spurs and the Thunder, and that was the lowest scoring game of the series. So I'm hoping that this is a physical game. I mean, then again, the more I think about it, Brad, like who would a physical series more likely favor? And I feel like if it's real physical and there was a very loose whistle, I feel like it's probably the Spurs. I mean, because I feel like the Knicks offense is their best weapon, like the best unit on the floor. Yeah. It's either the Knicks offense or the Spurs defense. And so if the Spurs defense is allowed to be really physical with the Knicks and muck it up, and they're allowed to be physical with Brunson, who, yes, is smaller than Castle, and he's smaller than Vassell, and he's smaller than Champagny. De'Aaron Fox, I don't think is going to guard Jalen Brunson. I'm sure they're going to try to put him in pick and rolls to try to get Fox on Brunson. But other than that, Brunson's the smallest guy on the floor. And so if the Spurs are allowed to be very physical with him, I don't like that. I don't. But consequently, or oppositely, if you will, Karl-Anthony Towns also normally gets called for a lot of, hand in the cookie jar, reach-in, ticky-tack fouls. So if Karl-Anthony Towns can get away with a lot more than he normally does, and somebody that has at times committed some dumb fouls, if they're not calling those, Karl-Anthony Towns, I don't have to worry about foul trouble. He's on the floor for longer stretches. Then I would think that plays in the Knicks' favor. But I don't know. I think overall, more physical game would probably favor the Spurs. But this information you're giving me on Scott Foster when he refs the Knicks, they're 9-0 against the spread. I'd like it. I hope not. Look, if the Knicks cover the spread and they lose the game tonight, then I don't give a damn about Scott Foster and that trend. If the Knicks win the game, they obviously cover and they win. And then I'll be asking for Scott Foster to referee every game the rest of the series.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, I think this game is going to be physical. The argument of Russ versus Rest is something I'm going to really see play out front and center. And I think these teams are going to come out a little tight. Maybe, thinking, well, they're professionals. They played in pressure-packed situations. They're going to be able to shake it off and ignore the spotlight and the giant spotlight that is cast on them right now. But I disagree with that. I think these teams are going to come out a little tight. That's why I like the under in this game. That total set at 218.5 currently at BetMGM. I think it'll be a lower scoring first half. You have two outstanding defensive teams. I know you talk about the dominance of San Antonio Spurs defensively, but they are number 2 in defensive rating. Points per possession allowed in this NBA postseason, and they're giving up, I think they're the 4th highest and fewest points per game allowed in this NBA postseason, 105 flat. The Knicks have only given up 100.6 points per game during their magical playoff run. That's why they are number 1 in defensive rating. Now, as you mentioned, too, the Knicks have been lights out offensively. They are number 1 in offensive rating. The Spurs at number 3 in offensive rating. Both these teams, number 1 and number 2 in overall net efficiency, according to NBA.com. The Spurs are number 2 by a wide distance from the top billing in the New York Knicks. And you might say, well, the Knicks really didn't play anybody. They, weren't pressed. The competition was weak in the East compared to what San Antonio had to go through. They just took down the reigning world champs. I understand that argument, but the Knicks are playing the elite of elite type of basketball right now. And that's why I feel San Antonio may win this game tonight, but 4.5 points, that's way too many. I think the Knicks are going to outright cover this, if not outright win game 1. My gut tells me it's going to open as a split in good old San Antonio to start this series, and that will put it on a collision course for 7 games.
Oh, all right. So, Brad, you're thinking you're leaning Knicks to win the game outright tonight.
I am. I really like him to cover more than anything else, the 4.5. But yeah, I mean, if I had to lean straight up on the money line, meaning who is going to win the game, I would go with the New York Knicks over the San Antonio Spurs because I believe, even though they're well rested, Mitchell Robinson I think is going to play 12 to 15 minutes in a competitive and quality 12 to 15 minutes. I think San Antonio will just come out a little tizite as well. It'll loosen up about early in the second quarter, and then that Knicks offense is just going to go gangbusters. So, San Antonio is going to be ultra competitive. This may come down to a single possession late, but yeah, man, I think the Knicks are going to win this thing. And, I got the Fiesta colors there. I know it's not going to be on the Spurs uniform, but it's in the stands, and that's been a letdown for San Antonio. I'm not going to lie.
I like that. A lot of trends on the Knicks side, trends that you think would not really impact the game, but nonetheless. Look, the 9-day layoff here for the Knicks. I am a little bit worried about the first half. I'm a little bit worried that they might get down. San Antonio, you wonder about them coming off an emotional hangover here. A little bit, maybe. I mean, they haven't played since Saturday. So they had 3 days. Yeah. It's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and, earlier today to recollect and refocus. I don't know if that's going to be a big factor, like, coming off the game 7 against if this game was on Monday, sure. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. They played on Saturday. I am worried about the Knicks not having played in 9 days because their offense looked god-awful the last time they had a long stretch in the first half against the Cavaliers. And then, they come for 22 points down with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and then they steamroll Cleveland, who was just defeated after that. So that, I think there's going to be nerves. I think it's going to be very nervy, very tense in the first half. NBA Finals, these guys, for most of them, have never played in the Finals. I think it's only Harrison Barnes and Luke Cornett, if I'm not mistaken, the only players that have played in NBA Finals here, and those guys are coming off the bench. So the starters, nobody's ever played. Oh, actually, OG. I'm pretty sure OG in 2019, although he did have that appendectomy. So actually, I don't remember if OG, let me look that up real quick here. Did OG Anunoby play in the finals the year that Toronto won it with Kawhi? He was an NBA champion, so yes, he did. He was on Toronto, but I don't know if he played. I don't know if he played that year in the playoffs because remember that was the appendectomy. Anyway, either way, very little experience at worst for everybody on the floor to start this game tonight. And so I think, those things combined, Knicks 9 days off, the emotion, the tenseness, the jitters, I think we get a first half under here, Brad. I think this first half, it's 111.5 at
exactly.
BetMGM. I think we get low 50s, even high 40s if one team is really struggling to shoot the ball. Hopefully it's not the Knicks, but and again, if they're letting them play early on, I think this could be like 52-49 at halftime, and you go well under the first half under. So I like that. In terms of players, what else? Who do you think steps up here in game one tonight? What do you like?
I got one of each. I'm going to go with Dylan Harper. We talked to Nick Friedel yesterday, and he is the ultimate X factor, according to Nick, and I tend to agree. Coming off the bench, I'll take the over on 10.5 points. It seems like a really low number. He's just a phenomenal rotational player. He scored at least 11 points 11 times this NBA postseason. He's shooting 52.5% for the floor, 13.1 points per game here in the playoff run. Yes, I know the Knicks are number one defensive rating, as already mentioned. Yes, I know they've allowed the fewest points per game at 100.6, but Dylan Harper, I think, is good for at least maybe even a dozen, maybe as high as 15 points, and all I need is 11 of cash. I'll take the over on 10.5 at a -110 juice. And then I'm going to go with OG Anunoby, 7+ rebounds at +140. Yeah, get seduced by the juice on that. He's done this 8 times this postseason run for the Knicks. He's averaging just south of this at 6.9 per game. In the regular season, the 2 times he faced the Spurs went 5 and 9, so over in one, under in the other. And San Antonio's only been middle of the pack this NBA postseason, and rebounds per game allowed, giving up 42.4. So I think OG is going to get busy, not only defensively, but waxing that glass. Give me him. 7+ rebounds at +140. Love that price.
Okay. For me, I think Devin Vassell is going to have an opportunity most of these games to go off. You know, we talked with John Schmelk the other day on the show. We've been asking folks what the guarding matchups are going to look like, the X's and O's. And I do think that for the most part, when both starting lineups are on the floor, Jalen Brunson's going to be guarding Devin Vassell. Because, again, OG Anunoby is going to be on Wemby. I think you're going to put Josh Hart on Stephon Castle and have Karl Anthony Towns on Julian Champagnie, because you don't want Towns guarding Wemby. I mean, he will guard him at times, but I think most of the majority of possessions, OG is going to have to guard Wemby. So that would put Towns on Champagnie. And the Knicks don't play like a ton of zone. Like, there's pick and rolls that could get this all flustered up and screwed up and switched up and whatnot. But, like, if there's no action, Towns will be on Champagnie. OG Anunoby will be on Wemby. Josh Hart will be on Stephon Castle. Bridges will be on De'Aaron Fox, because Bridges is their best on-ball defender. And that leaves Brunson on Vassell. And Vassell's bigger than Brunson. And he's a pretty good shooter, and he's a pretty good scorer. So I think Devin Vassell, Brunson's the Knicks' worst defender. I love him. Awesome. Top 10 player. Can win a title. Probably going to be the finals MVP when the Knicks win this series. I think Devin Vassell is going to have an opportunity to attack Brunson and score a bunch of points. So I like Devin Vassell over 12.5 points. He's averaging 13 per game this postseason, averaged 14 per game in the regular season. Devin Vassell, too, you look at what he's done here in some of these games recently here. Against OKC, he didn't go over this line the last 3 games. He had 11, 12, and 6. Before that, though, 13, 20, 22, 13, 11, 12, 14, 13, 10, 14. I mean, my man is basically good for like at least 10 to 12 points a game. And then, so can we get to 13 with Devin Vassell? For the Spurs, I'll be rooting that everybody misses every shot. But I do think Devin Vassell will be a wise play because, again, I think he's going to be guarded by Brunson for most of the night. One Knicks player that I really like, and Combs put together in our rundown here, if the Knicks win, it's because blank stepped up. Obviously, everybody's got to step up, but one player that if he's been able to do what he's done recently, it's a huge offensive boost, takes so much burden off of Jalen Brunson. It's Mikal Bridges. When you look in the last, at the last game and against Atlanta, and since then, part of the reason the Knicks offense has been historic is because Mikal Bridges is shooting out of his freaking mind. 24 in Game 6 against Atlanta, and then since then in Philly and Cleveland, 17, 18, 23, 12, 18, 19, 22, 15. And since that last game against Atlanta and on, Mikal Bridges is shooting 63% from the field. So that mid-range jumper has to be firing, has to be cooking. He's going to have some opportunities. Bridges was really, really good both the times the Knicks played the Spurs in the regular season. He's got to step up and continue to hit his shots. And look, a couple of weeks ago, I would have told you this is the dumbest play you could ever make. But now, with what he's playing like right now and how he's shooting the ball, yeah, I think Mikal Bridges is going to have his chances to score. So over 14.5 points for Mikal Bridges is the one Knicks player prop that I like.
Yeah, good call, man. I could totally ultimately see that happen. He is the ultimate X factor. For San Antonio, just filling the blank on that is Julian Champagnie. Because of his sharp shooting from outside. He's made a dozen triples combined his last 3 games. So if he brings over the heat that he exhibited against the OKC Thunder and just pours down threes, that could be a key cog offensively for San Antonio, potentially propel them over the top tonight and in this series.
All righty, we'll take a short break. Tip off in about 15 minutes. Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll play a little Guess Who. Last little game to calm the nerves before tip-off. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What's your favorite game or event that you've ever been a part of, called, announced, etc.?
I really can't single out any one, but when I'm asked, I have 3 that I immediately just toss out there. I didn't call Kirk Gibson's home run, the pinch hit home run in Game 1 of 1988's World Series off Dennis Eckersley. Jack Buck had a memorable call on radio, and Vin Scully had one of his greatest calls on television, but I was the pregame and postgame host for NBC, and that remains the most theatrical baseball moment I've ever been connected to. Not necessarily the biggest or the best, but the most theatrical in the way it played out. And I interviewed Gibson immediately on the field in the aftermath of this miraculous home run. And I actually said that this reminded me of Roy Hobbs at bat, Robert Redford as Roy Hobbs in the movie The Natural, which was fairly new at that time during the 1980s. And what NBC's producers did, and it was brilliant, was they went to work and they intercut Redford's at bat with Gibson's at bat, along with Randy Newman's soundtrack from The Natural. And that's the way we came on the air before Game 2, because it was that dramatic and that theatrical in the way the whole thing played out. You couldn't have staged it any more dramatically than that. So that's one. Another is Muhammad Ali lighting the torch at the opening ceremony of the Olympics in Atlanta in 1996, a moment both powerful and poignant. And the third would be Michael Jordan's last shot as a Chicago Bull. We thought at the time it was perhaps his last shot of the NBA, but he did come back for a couple of seasons with the Wizards. But essentially, that's the way the curtain came down. And talk about theatrical, one of the greatest careers in the history of American sports ends in the most dramatic way possible. Classic jump shot, down by a point, changes it to up by a point, closes out the series, closes out his career, 6 titles, 6 MVPs in the finals, never lost in the finals. That's a perfect punctuation.
May have pushed off, but I'm a lifelong Knicks fan, and Michael Jordan ruined my childhood saying that.
Stop. If that play happens in the second quarter of a regular season game, no one even comments on it. Russell's momentum was already carrying him in the other direction. The little hand on his tush, as I said in the Last Dance documentary, was the equivalent of a maitre d' showing a customer to his table. It had nothing to do with the play. He had already faked him out of position and was wide open and then hit the shot.
I hated them. I can't.
Well,
unless the Knicks win a championship, I can't shake it. I'm being honest up front about my hate for them.
right now, this is the best team in the National Football League. They were Super Bowl favorites before they added Myles Garrett to this team. To me, this is a special trade. I think even for me personally, I was in Cleveland Myles' rookie year when he got there, and the slogan on our team at that time from Hugh Jackson was "Embrace the suck." We knew what it was going to be coming off a 1-15 season, and then we went 0-16
I was
that
going to
season.
say, you did. You did.
Yes,
I hate
exactly.
to say that. I'm not
You
trying
did
to be
that
a
well.
jerk. But
So for Myles, and he's played in 3 playoff games throughout his 9 years, but he's done so much damage on teams that weren't able to get over the hump or even get close to where they wanted to get. So for him personally, you come into the league on a bad team with a Hall of Fame player like Joe Thomas, who you saw and probably got to go against every single day in practice. And you saw a guy that finished his last game against the Titans when he got injured in a Hall of Fame career, never getting to see that type of team success. So now you fast forward for Myles, 9 years of that. Now you get an opportunity to go play in 7 primetime games, and you get to chase a Lombardi trophy. So to me, this is special. This is a Rams defense that fell apart towards the end of the season, but was at the top of the league when you look at pressures, sacks, and all of those things. And now you've just added the Defensive Player of the Year along with the MVP from a year ago. So this is an extremely dangerous team right now with this type of move. Sucks they had to give up Jared Verse, who I think is a fantastic player. But when you get a guy like Myles Garrett on your defense, with what they've added in the secondary with the trade of Trent McDuffie and adding Jalen Watson, like you've completely changed your defense and how you're going to be able to attack your opponents.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Game 1 going to tip off in about 5-10 minutes from now. And so one last little effort to calm the nerves. One last game to play before the real games begin here, Brad. How about your creation, a little Guess Who? I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, for those of you that may be unfamiliar with this little competitive affair, you're going to get 3 clues and 3 guesses. If you get the correct answer after the first clue, it's worth 20 points. If you get it after the second clue, it's worth 10 points. Third clue, 5 points. And, of course, you don't get it all. You get a big, fat, crispy cream. Now, I can tell you this. Brando is 2-0 so far in Guess Who's over Pat. So Pat is looking to redeem himself. We're going to toggle back and forth ping pong style on each one of these. I got 4 in total, so hopefully going to squeeze all these in. Tonight's category, gentlemen, is NBA Finals MVPs. So quite appropriate with game 1 about to tip off. And Pat, it is your night. And I know you're nervous now right now, so we got to divert your attention. You get the honor of going first. Gentlemen, are you ready?
I'm always ready.
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1, a 2-time NBA Finals MVP. He won the league's rebounding title in 1989 and 1990. Who is this?
2-time Finals MVP, led the NBA in rebounds in 89 and in 90. I don't think. No, it would be way too early for the guy that I'm thinking of. So who are the teams? Who are the teams that won in the 90s? All right, let me think. Knicks.
Shot clock.
Okay.
5,
Knicks
4,
played the Rockets in 94.
3,
Hakeem
2,
Olajuwon.
1. Ding, 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 ding. Correct. A 20 spot for Pat. A roaring start on Guess Who.
Damn, I wasn't even close. My guess was going to be Dennis Rodman with the Pistons.
Which is a good guess.
Yeah.
But Akeem the Dream is the correct answer. All right, Brando, you're going to be up first on this one. Clue number 1, a product of McNeese State. He was drafted at number 18 overall in the 1985 NBA draft. Who is this?
From McNeese State in what draft?
1985, number 18 overall.
Oh, sure. Let's go with I don't know, 1985. Who came out in 1985? Let's go with I have no clue. No clue. John Stockton.
Pat, I will repeat the clue. The clue is a product of McNeese State. Go Cowboys. He was drafted number 18 overall in the 1985 NBA draft. Who is this?
I have absolutely zero freaking idea. So I'm gonna throw out a name, and I know it's wrong. I think it's wrong, actually. We were just talking about the top 20 finals scorers all time. Did James Worthy go to McNeese State? Lakers? James Worthy?
All right, second clue. Back to you, Pat. You get the first crack on this one. The multi-time NBA champ was a 5-time all-defensive team selection. Who is this?
And this ain't doing it. This ain't doing it for me either. I think he was already in the league before 85, but again, because I have no idea, I'm going to go Moses Malone.
Again, I'll repeat the clue for Brando. The multi-time NBA champ was a 5-time all-defensive team selection. Who is this?
Dennis Rodman.
Third clue. Back to Brando, named NBA Executive of the Year in 2003. He played his entire 14-year career with one team. Who is this?
Joe Dumars.
Damn it.
Correct! That is worth 5 points. 20-5. Pat's advantage. All right, Pat, you're going to get the first crack at this one. Clue number 1. The Springfield, Illinois native was a top 10 selection in the 2004 NBA draft. Who is this?
Who's from Springfield, Illinois?
The capital of Illinois.
Where
Abraham Lincoln is buried.
Top 10 pick in the 2004 draft. Man, I have legitimately no idea. Let's go. Yeah, I know.
You got no idea. So,
LeBron James.
Again, the clue, the Springfield, Illinois native was a top 10 selection in the 2004 NBA draft. Who is this?
Pat, you live in Philly now, right?
Correct.
The pride of Springfield, Illinois. Andre Iguodala?
Correct!
Thank you for giving me an Illinois question. Appreciate that.
Right. There you go.
How do you know Andre Iguodala is from Springfield, Illinois?
We know Illinois history.
I live in Illinois. Well, I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah.
God, get lost, dude.
He consulted Lincoln, and Abe was like, yeah, man, it's Andre Iguodala. All right.
Monty, I live in Illinois. And
Brando,
I didn't know that.
We got a tie game, gentlemen. It's 20 points apiece. It's all going to come down to this. And Brando, you get the first crack on this one. Clue number 1. The Belgium-born player was selected number 28 overall in the 2001 NBA draft. Who is this?
The Belgium-born player. No clue.
Pat, I repeat the clue. The Belgium-born player was selected at number 28 overall in the 2001 NBA draft. Who is this?
Combs, it was nice playing you. I know that he was born in Belgium, but he is actually Francois How about Mr. Tony Parker for the win?
Ding, 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 ding. Winner, winner. Chicken, steak, and dinner. It's your night. Pat Boyle, go Knicks.
It's fitting that you won with a Spurs player. Just saying. Throwing it out there.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Well played, gentlemen.
I'm just saying. It's fitting. And by the way, I did have the lead there.
You did
have
the
not
lead.
a tie game. Yeah.
You were up 25-20, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter now. No
Yeah.
point. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Glad you got Tony Parker, though. Spurs legend.
You are cursed.
All right. I wondered what that was, by the way, when you were playing that. That's that stupid Danhausen guy?
That's your guy, Danhausen. What do you mean? Why is he stupid? He's a Knicks fan, and he's cursing all of the Knicks opponents. Why would you hate him? What is wrong with you?
If the curse is actually working, great. Otherwise, I couldn't care less about the guy. If I saw him on a street without his stupid face paint on, I wouldn't know who the hell he is.
Last
nor would
game
anybody.
that the Knicks lost in the playoffs, he was on Stephen A's show right before a WWE show, and he cursed the Knicks. The Knicks lost that game. Stephen A invited him back on the show to reverse the curse, and so he reversed the curse and cursed the Knicks opponents, and the Knicks haven't lost a game since.
Okay. Well, this guy is rendered useless if the Knicks lose tonight. I just want him to know that. If the Knicks win tonight, then Danhausen I'm a fan of him in my book.
Why do you hate people that do stuff? You hate the corgi. You wanted to throw hands. You said you were going to throw hands with the corgi last night. You're going to throw hands with them.
Oh.
I'll throw hands with Danhausen if the Knicks lose.
Danhausen would wreck you, first of all.
Really?
Yeah.
He looks like a little shrimp. This guy looks like a little shrimp. How big is this guy?
Wow. You know what? I'm going to give Danhausen some human monies, and he's going to curse you, and you're going to be cursed. You have no clue how this stuff works. I'm a WWE fan. You're getting cursed. I'm getting Danhausen on our show, and he's going to curse you.
This guy has no muscle on his body.
Oh my God!
What difference does it make?
You just keep digging. You just keep digging and digging yourself. I'm telling you, the curse is real. If you don't watch WWE, you won't know. I watch.
How do some of these people get into WWE? If I just paint myself paint my face like Dracula and I got some tattoos that look like I want to be Conor McGregor, then I can be in the WWE?
No, you have to be athletic.
If you're a good actor.
I am a good actor because I pretend to get along with Combs every day. Just kidding. It's actually the opposite. We don't get along at all.
No.
We love each other. Stop it.
You do.
All right.
You do.
We'll take a quick break. They're doing the starting lineups. We'll have tip-off in a couple of minutes. We'll keep you posted. 310-840-4910. And we can also visit the NFL panic meter when we return. But, of course, we'll keep you posted on everything going on in Game 1, which is a matter of minutes away. Stick it right here with us because we'll have in-game analysis and reaction the entire way through. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Let's say Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to join Myles Garrett on this Rams defensive line. We're talking two surefire first ballot Hall of Fame players. Now, Donald's an interesting case because he's been retired for a couple years, right? 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Aaron Donald. Garrett's won 2. Donald, 8-time first team All-Pro. Myles Garrett, 5-time first team All-Pro. Like, this will evoke memories in terms of Hall of Fame tandems. The 2000 Ravens, the 85 Bears, the 02 Bucks, who had 4 Hall of Famers on that defense. the 61 Packers, the 70 Steelers. But I think it's fair to say, now, it would require Donald to at least be, 85% of what he was, and who knows if that would be the case. It would be the greatest defensive tackle, defensive end pairing in the history of football. And I don't think there's any argument against it if Donald can be even close to what he once was, along with Myles Garrett. The team that it reminds me of, and this team won the Super Bowl, and I am not insinuating that the Rams will win the Super Bowl. They could very easily not. The team it reminds me of, and the 07 Patriots would be a good example as well, who loaded up after losing the title game to the Colts and blowing that 21-3 lead in Indianapolis with Randy Moss and Wes Welker and others. It's got a little 94 San Francisco 49ers vibe to it. After losing back-to-back title games to the Dallas Cowboys, here's Deion Sanders. Here's Ken Norton Jr. Hell, even Richard Dent came over to join the San Francisco 49ers. Remember Richard Dent, San Francisco 49er? That's kind of the vibe that I get with this Rams team. They will be an even shorter price than they are now to win the Super Bowl. Will they win it? Maybe. But yeah, I think you're nuts if you don't look at what they're doing, if Donald comes out of retirement, and compare it to some of those teams that I've referenced in the history of the league. No one, I think, is going to say, if they're being honest, that Victor Wembanyama is going to be better than Michael. It's a crazy thing to say, right? But I think we can acknowledge, or maybe you disagree, and that's fine, right? That it's within the range of outcomes, given his age, his size, what he's already accomplished, that it might not be nuts to suggest that he could maybe breathe that rarefied air at some point and sit in the pantheon of greats, maybe along with Michael.
Yeah.
As someone who called these games with MJ, what do you think about that? Yeah, please.
He can put his name in the conversation, but I've always said that when it comes to basketball, centers, even as they differ, Russell's not the same as Wilt, who's not the same as Olajuwon, not the same as a healthy Walton, and on, Kareem, obviously. Even as they differ, centers should be separate from guards and forwards. It's like comparing goalies in hockey to forward centers or defensemen. It's kind of a separate category. But the thing with Wemby is, he's hard to categorize. He's obviously not just a classic post player. Those hardly exist anymore. He is, the word unique is often overused when people really mean rare, but he is a unique player. The combination of skills, the body control, the size, the whole thing. I mean, they tell me he's 7'5". They list him at 7'4" for whatever reason. None of the all-time greats that I mentioned were as tall as Wemby. Most of them were more sturdy than Wemby appears to be, but he's only 22. He may fill out further, but he may not want to, because part of his approach, the body control and the way he prepares himself, meditation, you notice when he goes to the free throw line, he closes his eyes before the shot. The whole way in which he approaches maximizing his body for the tasks of basketball is new age. It's 21st century. Makes some of these comparisons difficult, but certainly he has a chance. Bottom line, he has a chance to be in the conversation of the all-time greats, if he isn't there already.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Any in-game questions or opinions you have during the NBA Finals, we will take them. We got a game on. We understand what we're up against. We don't give a damn. We want you to watch the game with us. Listen to us calling and listening to the game. Not calling the game, but talking about the game. 310-840-4910. And Brad, it's underway. And my Knicks, off to a great start, 8-2. Brunson hit a 3. Wemby countered with a 2. OG hit a 3. Then the Spurs had like 3 looks at the basket and couldn't score. And then the last bucket for the New York Knicks was scored by who?
OG. OG.
Oh, it was OG again. All right.
Yeah.
So quick 5 points for OG Anunoby. Bridges just missed a mid-range, but yeah, Knicks are up 8-2 right now. 9:20 left to go in the first quarter. You got a tip back that time that looked like Vassell, so it's 8-4 now, Knicks. 9 minutes left to go. I like the start. I love the energy. The Knicks are pushing the tempo. I'm glad that they came out here, didn't just try to mosey their way into this game. They were trying to take over and take control, and their offensive sets look very, very good. They look crisp.
Yeah, look, I think it's an amazing start as they just got another bucket as Cat with a layup there off
that was Josh Hart.
Feed. Oh, no, that was Josh Hart. Excuse me. The feed from Karl Anthony Towns. So it is now 10-4. And the Spurs just counter with a 3 as Wemby gets another bucket on the board. That one, a 26-footer he nailed from way downtown. 10-7 right now. You know, we were discussing Russ versus rest here all week long in anticipation ahead of this game 1. Talked to Danny Green about it earlier. He was team rest. We talked to Nick Friedel. He was team rest. A lot of people disagreed. We're saying that Russ may play a factor this one. Hell, you and I thought both these teams will come out of the gate tizite, but not so much, to say the least, right now. The live total currently at BetMGM at 215.5. Actually, it's a little bit lower from where it closed at 218.5. It's down to 214.5. But yeah, some quick buckets, to say the least, by your New York Knicks. A pair of threes, and OG, I have talked about it. I think that was one of the first wagers you made on the NBA Finals was for him to win NBA Finals MVP. We just we're counting some of the great historical ones in Guess Who in the last segment. And OG closed at 40-1 at BetMGM to have that coveted honor. I think it was 50-1 is where you grab it. And I also told you on that one. So we fully expect this to be a highly competitive series. I believe this could be a single possession kind of game. Knicks just got another bucket, that one from Karl Anthony Towns. I was thinking a little simple 4-footer in the post. A 12-7. An outstanding start for the Knicks, where rest is winning over rust a few minutes into this first quarter.
And most notably, I don't think we got a single foul called there until just no, we haven't had a single foul call. That was just a timeout. So no fouls called in the first 4.5 minutes of play. I like that. I like the kind of flow we're getting for the game right now. So yeah, OG Anunoby, 5 points and a steal. Karl Anthony Towns and Josh Hart both with 2 points. How about Hart? He's already got 4 rebounds. So Josh Hart rebounding special maybe on the way here. He's also got a block, and then Brunson hit a triple to start the game. Wemby's got 5 points and a block. He blocked Josh Hart and then turned around and said something to Josh Hart, like, sick, dude. You got a 1 and 2 inch advantage on the guy. Like, yeah, he drove right at you and went for a layup. Congratulations. That's like me getting excited about blocking my 9-year-old nephew. Like, all right, congratulations. And Devin Vassell's got 2 points. So those are the only Spurs scorers thus far. 12-7 Knicks, 7.5 to go in the first quarter. I like the start we're seeing here. Combs is putting in our show chat, PCA in all caps. Did Pete Carl Armstrong just go deep for the Cubbies?
Yes, he did. Nico Horner had a double, and then PCA just deposited a ball in the right field bleachers. The Cubs have grabbed the lead. Oh, my God, the Cubs are scoring runs early in a baseball game. It is 3-2. Northsiders up, bottom of third inning against the visiting Sacramento A's.
By the way, Brad, Ozzy Albies, double in the third inning.
Hit.
He's got a knock.
Yep.
Ronald Acuna,
hit.
Ground rule double in the fourth inning. You and me, on to tomorrow. Our guys both got hits already for our Let's Go Streaking segment. So Brad is, what is that, 2 in a row for you?
But wait! There's more. Ben Rice just got a hit. We're 3 for 3, baby. Don't let us down, Shohei.
Let's go. So it's down to Shohei Ohtani. Probably the one guy you would want it to be down to. That game starts 9:40 p.m. Eastern, so under an hour to go. But yeah, we're looking to have our first 4 for 4 in probably about 2 weeks here. We've gone 3 out of 4 the last 2 nights. All right, Brett, we've got...
Yeah, I mean, we've been so close, Pat. So close.
Yeah. We've got about 2 minutes left here, so I know you put this on our rundown here, NFL Panic Meter. So I'll let you, whatever player you want to discuss here, scale of 1 to 5 on the NFL Panic Meter. It is June, but there are a couple of star players in the NFL with injuries that may linger close to the season. Who would you maybe be most concerned about?
Let's talk about Bucky Irving. It was revealed late last week from Todd Bowles that he could return sometime this summer or fall. Are you kidding me? That was straight from Todd Bowles' mouth. Now, you look at Bucky Irving for fantasy football purposes, his average draft position right now, RB19 at 40.26 overall. I got Kenneth Gainwell now on roster. How on earth is this guy remotely a top 20 running back is beyond me. He was not efficient last season, second worst yak per attempt when he was on the field a season ago among qualifying running backs. And now we don't know with that ding wing exactly when he's going to be back. The fact that he says summer or fall is very disconcerting. So Bucky Irving, a lot of questions, not a whole lot of answers. And with Gainwell now in tow, it would not shock me that Gainwell is a more productive back, at least for the early portion of the season, maybe the first 3 to 5 weeks.
Oh yeah, that is concerning. Bucky Irving, by the way, very disappointing end to last season, if I'm not mistaken, where he didn't look 100%. And he was hurt all of October and November, and then he came back and kind of slowly got going. And I remember he did have the big game against Carolina, but it was all for naught because they still didn't make the playoffs even after they won that game. So yeah, that's definitely concerning to say the least. All right, Brad. Karl Anthony Towns with a bucket coming out of the timeout. We'll bid you adieu. Hopefully you and I are talking about a Knicks win tomorrow, man.
Go Knicks and go Cubs. Peace.
All righty, when we come back, we'll get you caught up on the game and also in a loaded NL Cy Young Award race, why the best player on the planet is probably going to win the award. I'll tell you why when we come back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So my confidence level heading into this game tonight is actually pretty high for my New York Knicks. As we've talked about, and they haven't played since Memorial Day. It's been like 10 days since the Knicks. Feels like it's been forever since they played, right? The Knicks enter the NBA Finals on an 11-game win streak. To reiterate the point that I've made, the Knicks are the 5th team in the history of the league to have an 11-game postseason win streak. 89 Lakers, 99 Spurs, 01 Lakers, 17 Warriors, 26 Knicks. The 89 Lakers are the only team in that group that didn't win the title. Magic Johnson and Byron Scott both got hurt. Isaiah and the Pistons swept. The rest all won. The Knicks enter the NBA Finals with on literally the best 11-game run in the history of professional basketball, regular season or postseason. I would be stunned if OG and Bridges didn't play well. And if OG and Bridges play well, it will mean Brunson gets his. And if that happens, I think the Knicks are going to win. Give me the New York... I almost don't even want to say it. I think the Knicks are going to win the championship. I'm oddly confident. I'm going to stop short of guaranteeing it, of course. I'm not going to Joe Namath or Mark Messier it. I'm not going to guarantee anything. They can lose, and if they lose, I'll be crushed. As crushed as you could be at almost 43 years old with a wife and kid, with bigger problems than favorite NBA team winning a championship, as crushed as I could be at this stage in my life if they don't win, I would trade right now none of my other favorite teams winning a title for the next 10 years for the Knicks to win this championship. I hope and pray it happens. And I actually think it will.
Initially, I want to say Seattle. The reason, if I'm picking one just off of paper, talent, coaches, and all of that, it would be Seattle. My issue is that it's so damn hard to get back to the Super Bowl from one year to the next year that probability chances are it just won't happen. I'm going to say the Chicago Bears would be my sleeper type of team.
Okay.
What can they continue to develop into in year two with Ben Johnson, year two with Caleb Williams doing what he was able to do last year, learning on the job, but still showing us some of those traits that you can take over and win a game at the very end. Now, how do you continue to build that up to be able to play those first three quarters and all that the same way you play the last 45 seconds on a 2-minute drive to go win a game, and with some of the advancements they've made on the defensive side of the ball? I would say that would be my sleeper surprise pick rather than going with just the norm of teams. I would go on a limb and say the Chicago Bears.
Down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans. That means we got 2 solo hours, as we do every day, Monday through Friday, taking you up to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talking text line, any calls you have on the NBA Finals, 310-840-4910. You can call. You can also text us, 310-840-4910. It's a pleasure to be on right now on the brand new 97.1 The Fan in Los Angeles, our very newest sister station here of our Odyssey sports stations out in LA. They just got things kicked off a couple of weeks ago. Shout out to the guy running the show there, Andrew Williams. So I know they've had plenty to talk about. We're going to talk a little bit about LA in just a bit here, especially because you got a Shohei Ohtani night on the mound and at the dish. You got Aaron Donald in the news as the LA Rams just swung that massive blockbuster trade for Myles Garrett. But let's get you caught up here. I'm a diehard Knicks fan. scoreboard check here. Game 1 of the NBA Finals, and it was a beautiful start for the Knicks. It has quickly gone sideways here. The Knicks started off with a 14-7 lead. The Spurs are on a 12-0 run. The Knicks finally just snapped it. It went from 14-7 Knicks to 19-14 Spurs. And Landry Shamet off the bench just answered with a triple, but the Spurs have just hit another one. Wow. All right. So look, I thought there was going to be some opening game 1 of the NBA Finals jitters and some missed shots and some tense moments. There certainly was, but now all of a sudden the offense is picking up. And unfortunately for me, it's picking up for the Spurs because they have caught fire here. Again, they had 7 points nearly midway through the first quarter, and now they've ripped off a couple of threes. Their guys off the bench are taking over. Dylan Harper, the Rutgers rookie. I called a couple of Dylan Harper games last year, and what he's doing is unfair. He comes off the bench, and in 5 minutes, Dylan Harper has already scored a quick 8 points. He's got a rebound, and he's got a steal. So it's Dylan Harper kickstarting this Spurs comeback here after, call it a comeback. I mean, they were down 14-7. It's not like they were down 15 points in the second half. But Dylan Harper's got 8 points. And then in the starting lineup, Wemby's got 5 points, only 1 rebound. Stephon Castle's got 4 points and 4 rebounds. Julian Champagne's got 3, and Devin Vassell has 2. For my Knicks, Jalen Brunson hit a 3-pointer to start the game. He's missed 5 straight shots since then. And the Spurs are playing physical as hell on him. OG Anunoby had 5 points to start the game. He just went to the bench. No rebounds, no steals or blocks or anything. No fouls, though, for OG. Karl Anthony Towns, 4 points, 2 assists. Josh Hart, 2 points, but 5 rebounds and a block already. Mikal Bridges, scoreless. And yeah, look, this was a very frenetic, kind of chaotic pace to start the game, but one that the Knicks were thriving in. And now all of a sudden, since Dylan Harper has come into the ball game here, the Spurs have found their footing. They've taken over. Here is a stunning stat already to get you. Not even at the end of the first quarter, the Spurs already have 10 fast break points. They lead the Knicks 10-2 in that category. Points in the paint is all tied at 8 apiece. But again, the Knicks led 14-7. They're now down by 5. 2.5 left to go in the first quarter. So we'll keep you posted. In-game analysis, instant reaction, live breakdowns throughout the game. I'm a Knicks fan. Like, what do you expect? I'm sorry. I got a couple of other topics planned here, but how can I not be glued to the freaking game right now? So, look, we're basically doing a watch party. You watch the show, watch along with me. Not the game, but you can watch me and watch the show on Twitter or on YouTube or on Twitch. And if you're listening to the show, listen to us. You want to watch the game while you listen as well? Please, because again, I'm going to be giving you in-game analysis and reaction as this game progresses and every game of the NBA Finals. 310-840-4910. Alrighty, it is a Shohei night, so I know that that's a big night coming up for Los Angeles fans, and can't blame you if you're going to turn the dial once Ohtani steps on the mound tonight to face the Diamondbacks out in the desert. But Ohtani's on the mound. Zach Gallen pitching for the Diamondbacks. Used to be one of the best pitchers in baseball, and now Zach Gallen, over the last couple of years here, has certainly looking like age is catching up to him quickly, and he's only 30. But Zach Gallen has not been able to replicate those couple of Cy Young caliber seasons he had just a few years ago, especially 2022 when he was one of the best pitchers in baseball. Last night, the Dodgers beat the Diamondbacks 6-5. So third game of a 4-game set. But look, I don't know how many more of these we're going to get with Ohtani, where he's going to pitch and he's going to bat. He's gotten into a good groove. Remember, to start the season, he did it for like the first 2 starts. And then I think the first one that prompted it was the fact that Shohei had a little bit of a nagging shoulder bruise after he got hit by a pitch. And so Dave Roberts was like, yeah, we just want him to focus on pitching, but really wouldn't give any answers after that on how often this was going to happen. And they've kind of still been hum-ho, like no real rhyme or reason on when Shohei will pitch and hit versus when he'll only just pitch and you'll keep him out of the lineup. But the last 2 times he's been on the mound, he's hit. And not only has he hit, he's gone yard. And he's gone yard to start the freaking game. right? The last time he pitched, Shohei was back on Wednesday the 27th against the Rockies. 6 no-hit innings, although he gave up 1 run. And in that game, he led off the ball game with a tank shot, 425 feet. The last start that Shohei made before that was in San Diego on May 20th against the Padres. 5 shutout innings that night, and he also led off the game with a bomb. So, like, every single time this guy steps on the field now is special. And yeah, I'm a Yankees fan, but I have no problem admitting that Shohei Ohtani's the best player on the planet. He's the greatest baseball player of all time already. He's the greatest baseball player we'll probably ever see. And he'll probably dominate again tonight on the mound and at the plate. Career against Zach Gallen, he's 4 for 14. He has struck out 6 times, so nearly half the at-bats. But Shohei was in a bit of a slump a couple of weeks ago. He's certainly broken out of that here lately. He had a double and a triple in his first 2 at-bats last night in the win. He had 3 hits on Monday, 2 hits on Sunday. The guy right now is on a 6-game hitting streak, and during those 6 games, he's got 12 hits. So he's averaging 2 hits a game in the last 6 games. Well, at one point, Shohei's average this season was all the way down at 233. Now it's up to 293. He's risen his batting average 60 freaking points in just the last 3 weeks. The OPS is up to 927. So if you looked a couple weeks ago and you're like, wow, Shohei's having a down season. Not anymore, he ain't. These are the types of numbers you're used to seeing from Shohei Ohtani, who, by the way, is going to be 32 in a month from now. And on the mound, if you asked yourself at any point this season, wow, Shohei looks like he might win the Cy Young Award. Has he ever won a Cy Young Award? No, he hasn't. And it was kind of from the very beginning of the season something that Dave Roberts kind of maybe spoke a little too much on. Maybe said a little bit more than managers like to say nowadays. He kind of let on that Shohei, he wants to win the Cy Young Award this year. It's like Thanos looking to collect the last Infinity Ring. He's got MVPs. He's got World Series titles. Doesn't have the Cy Young Award. It's missing from his very already illustrious trophy cabinet. And I've been on record for the last couple of weeks saying I think Shohei is going to win the Cy Young Award. And you look at his numbers. He's made 9 starts. He's 5-2 with a 0.82 ERA. 55 innings in 9 starts, so he's averaging just over 6 innings per start. 61 strikeouts. He's only allowed 28 hits, and he's only given up 5 earned runs. We're witnessing greatness, folks, and this is just another example of when somebody who is at the peak of their game, somebody that's the greatest of all time, when they want something, they usually get it. When they're after something, when they're motivated to do something, they usually get it. So Shohei Ohtani is going to win the Cy Young Award. And I know that this year, more than most, this is going to be tough to do. Because you look at this National League Cy Young race right now, and it's shaping up to be legendary. It's shaping up to be one of the greatest we've ever seen. Because you got Christopher Sanchez, who has barely given up a run in the last 60 innings. The guy has been unbelievable. And I believe he's pitching tonight. And I think he's dealing again tonight. Let's see. What are the Phillies doing here? Phillies won 3-2. I think Sanchez dealt again. Yeah, 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 8 strikeouts. The Phillies win again. Christopher Sanchez, you think I'm kidding about barely giving up a run in his last so-and-so starts? I think that was the first run he actually gave. I think he just snapped his scoreless inning streak. Christopher Sanchez had pitched going into tonight, the entire month of May. He didn't give up a run. Not one. He had pitched 39 consecutive innings in the month of May without allowing a run. And he gave up 1 earned run tonight. The guy's been unhittable. At the high point this season, his ERA was 2.94. His ERA now is going to be down to, like 1.3? So he's been untouchable. Then you got Jacob Mizorowski from the Brewers, who basically ranks in the 100th percentile of every single baseball savant or fan graphs, sabermetric stat. Fastball velo, average exit velo against, whiff percentage, strikeout percentage, barrel percentage, hard hit percentage, pitching run value, fastball run value. The guy pumps 99 miles an hour on a daily basis, and he's got the nastiest breaking stuff I've ever seen. He's got a 1.65 ERA in 71 innings, and he's already got more than 100 strikeouts. Those two guys are favored. Those two guys, Mizorowski and Christopher Sanchez, have shorter odds to win the Cy Young Award right now than Shohei Ohtani. Then, I didn't even mention Paul Skeens, the reigning NL Cy Young Award winner, who is having a down year right now, and Paul Skeens has a 2.89 ERA, and he's having a down year. Then you got Chris Sale, who's got an ERA of just over 2, and he's got 80 strikeouts already. Not to mention some guys that won't even get mentioned, but they've also been ridiculously good. Other Brewers pitchers, Aaron Ashby, he's got an ERA of just over 2. And Aaron Ashby is not a starter. Not a starter. But he's already appeared in 27 games, and he's 9-0. And he's got 52 strikeouts in 37 innings. Like, that's the most dominant reliever in baseball right now is Aaron Ashby. Then you got Kyle Harrison of Milwaukee, who's got an ERA of 1.57. I'm throwing out all these names, not to mention Mason Miller, who's still ridiculously dominant. And yet, Shohei Ohtani is going to win the Cy Young Award because, and maybe this is arrogant by me, but I recognize greatness when I see it. Shohei Ohtani is the greatest player that has ever put on a baseball uniform. And so he's going to pitch tonight against the Diamondbacks. And the Diamondbacks don't strike out a lot, so I don't know if it's going to be a double-digit strikeout outing for Shohei, but I would reckon Shohei is probably going to pitch 6 innings, 6 2/3, 7 innings. At most, he'll give up 1 run. He'll probably collect 6 or 7 strikeouts, and he'll probably either collect another couple of hits at the plate or he'll go deep. So that's just the greatness that we've come to expect and the greatness that Shohei Ohtani just delivers on a nightly freaking basis. 310-840-4910. All right. Let's get you a scoreboard update here on the Knicks. And I tried to finish that thought process there on Shohei Ohtani, but I got my eye on the Knicks game. And Jalen Brunson has gone to the locker room. And this is not a joke. Jalen Brunson has gone to the locker room with a knee injury. Looks like Landry Shamet on the Knicks pushed a Spurs player into the side of his knee. Harrison Barnes went full speed at Shamet. They collide. Shamet kind of like shoves him off of him like you'd see in like a football game. Like Harrison Barnes literally ran full speed at Landry Shamet. And Shamet just kind of gives him the business, trucks him back. And Harrison Barnes falls right into Jalen Brunson. Right into him. Right into the side of his knee. Brunson limps to the locker room after taking a hit to his right knee in game 1. This is literally my worst freaking nightmare. This is my worst nightmare. They just showed him on the television broadcast, walking back to the locker room. He's got Knicks staff. He's got medical staff with him. I mean, it's the second quarter of game 1, and this happened at the end of the first quarter, and we've already got an injury to the Knicks superstar player. All right, they're showing him he's back on the bench. They had some kind of wrap on him, looked like a heat wrap. I would expect Jalen Brunson to be checking back into the game here shortly, but he went briefly back to the locker room. And so I guess my worst nightmares are avoided for now. But it was after a great start to the first quarter, this has turned brutal. It was 14-7 at one point. Are they counting that as an N1? I don't think they are. It was 14-7 at one point. Since then, the Spurs are on a 20-5 run. San Antonio leads at 27-19, 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. And it was 27-19 at the end of one quarter of play. Again, Jalen Brunson hit a three to start the game, and since then, he's missed 6 straight shots, then limped to the locker room near the end of the first quarter after Harrison Barnes fell into his knee. Brunson back on the bench, but he's got 3 points. And the Knicks are down 8, and they need a jolt here. They need a spark. They need a spark big time. For San Antonio, this is the Dylan Harper game right away in game 1. Off the bench, 10 points and 2 rebounds. Julian Champagne's already hit a couple of threes, and he's already got 5 rebounds, 6 points, 5 rebounds. Julian Champagne's just not going to miss threes. Just not going to miss threes. And I'm from Central New Jersey, and I lived in the New York City area. And so you got the guys from the New York City area dominating this game. Julian Champagne, St. John's, Brooklyn native. You got Dylan Harper, went to Rutgers. I mean, you got to be kidding me here. These guys are taking over the game. They're taking over the game. All right, Knicks got a 3 from Deuce McBride, and now it looks like Wemby just picked up another foul. Karl Anthony Towns shooting free throws. So I think that's the first foul on Wemby. And that probably wasn't a foul. That looked about as clean of a block as you could have. So I'd be surprised. It looks like the Spurs are not going to challenge. Oh, boy. All right, Brunson. That's the big news, though. Jalen Brunson went to the locker room with an injury, with a knee injury, but he's back on the Knicks bench. And I would expect him to be coming back into the game here shortly. Yeah, now Wemby just gets called for goaltending. And he's like, oh, what did I do? Come on, get lost, dude. You're 7'5". It's tough enough to actually shoot the ball over you, not when you cheat and try to goaltend every call. So he gets called for goaltending, 27-24, 10:30 to go in the second quarter. And hopefully by the time we come back, Jalen Brunson's back in the game. 310-840-4910. We'll also get to some of your phone calls. We already got people weighing in on the Brunson injury, so we'll get to your phone calls when we return. We'll see if Brunson's back in the game. Spurs up by 3 early second quarter in game 1 of the finals. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What's your favorite game or event that you've ever been a part of, called, announced, etc.?
I really can't single out any one, but when I'm asked, I have 3 that I immediately just toss out there. I didn't call Kirk Gibson's home run, the pinch hit home run in Game 1 of 1988's World Series off Dennis Eckersley. Jack Buck had a memorable call on radio, and Vin Scully had one of his greatest calls on television, but I was the pregame and postgame host for NBC, and that remains the most theatrical baseball moment I've ever been connected to. Not necessarily the biggest or the best, but the most theatrical in the way it played out. And I interviewed Gibson immediately on the field in the aftermath of this miraculous home run. And I actually said that this reminded me of Roy Hobbs at bat, Robert Redford as Roy Hobbs in the movie The Natural, which was fairly new at that time during the 1980s. And what NBC's producers did, and it was brilliant, was they went to work and they intercut Redford's at-bat with Gibson's at-bat, along with Randy Newman's soundtrack from The Natural. And that's the way we came on the air before Game 2, because it was that dramatic and that theatrical in the way the whole thing played out. You couldn't have staged it any more dramatically than that. So that's one. Another is Muhammad Ali lighting the torch at the opening ceremony of the Olympics in Atlanta in 1996, a moment both powerful and poignant. And the third would be Michael Jordan's last shot as a Chicago Bull. We thought at the time it was perhaps his last shot of the NBA, but he did come back for a couple of seasons with the Wizards. But essentially, that's the way the curtain came down. And talk about theatrical, one of the greatest careers in the history of American sports, ends in the most dramatic way possible. Classic jump shot, down by a point, changes it to up by a point, closes out the series, closes out his career. 6 titles, 6 MVPs in the finals, never lost in the finals. That's a perfect punctuation.
May have pushed off, but I'm a lifelong Knicks fan, and Michael Jordan ruined my childhood saying that.
Stop. If that play happens in the second quarter of a regular season game, no one even comments on it. Russell's momentum was already carrying him in the other direction. The little hand on his tush, as I said in the Last Dance documentary, was the equivalent of a maitre d' showing a customer to his table. It had nothing to do with the play. He had already faked him out of position and was wide open and then hit the shot.
I hated them. I can't.
Well,
unless the Knicks win a championship, I can't shake it. I'm being honest up front about my hate for them.
Right now, this is the best team in the National Football League. They were Super Bowl favorites before they added Myles Garrett to this team. To me, this is a special trade. I think even for me personally, I was in Cleveland Myles' rookie year when he got there, and the slogan on our team at that time from Hugh Jackson was "Embrace the suck." We knew what it was going to be coming off a 1-15 season, and then we went 0-16.
I was going to say you did. You did.
Yes,
I hate to say that. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but.
So for Myles, and he's played in 3 playoff games throughout his 9 years, but he's done so much damage on teams that weren't able to get over the hump or even get close to where they wanted to get. So for him personally, you come into the league on a bad team with a Hall of Fame player like Joe Thomas, who you saw and probably got to go against every single day in practice. And you saw a guy that finished his last game against the Titans when he got injured in a Hall of Fame career, never getting to see that type of team success. So now you fast forward for Myles, 9 years of that. Now you get an opportunity to go play in 7 primetime games, and you get to chase a Lombardi trophy. So to me, this is special. This is a Rams defense that fell apart towards the end of the season, but was at the top of the league when you look at pressures, sacks, and all of those things. And now you've just added the Defensive Player of the Year along with the MVP from a year ago. So this is an extremely dangerous team right now with this type of move. Sucks they had to give up Jared Verse, who I think is a fantastic player. But when you get a guy like Myles Garrett on your defense, with what they've added in the secondary with the trade of Trent McDuffie and adding Jalen Watson, like, you've completely changed your defense and how you're going to be able to attack your opponents.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Oh, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get to your phone calls here in just a minute, but let's get you a scoreboard update. Game 1, NBA Finals. Nervy moment for me watching Jalen Brunson limp to the locker room with a knee injury after Harrison Barnes ran full speed at Landry Shamet, and Shamet kind of just trucks him, and Barnes falls over and falls into the side of Brunson's knee, and then he limped off the floor, went to the locker room, came back, was on the Knicks bench, and was at the scorer's table before the last TV timeout. So game is, there's a stoppage right now. They're in a TV timeout. I believe Brunson's coming back into the game. Spurs lead the Knicks 31-28, 8 minutes left to go in the second quarter. So that's going to, whoa, man, I was having a nervous breakdown in my mind. I was about to have a meltdown if Jalen Brunson did not return to this game. He had a 3 to start the game, and he's since missed his last 6 shots and then left right at the end of the first quarter. So he's coming back in. I hope he's okay. I hope he's close to 100%. Hopefully he just got shaken up a little bit. Karl Anthony Towns is going to be shooting free throws. I don't know if the Spurs challenged that last call. I think they did. And producer Brandon Combs was saying in the break, that was a savvy call because he kind of hooked Wemby's arm with his off-ball shooting, with his off-ball hand as he was shooting the ball with his right hand, kind of used his left hand to kind of hook Wembanyama. And let's see, it looks like they overturned the call. So it was a good challenge by the Spurs, and I think they guess they gave an offensive foul on Karl Anthony Towns, and they just ruled no foul. So it remains 31-28. Cat has 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. Brunson is back in the game, so thank God, thank goodness for that. But it's been a balanced attack. Cat's the leading scorer with 6. Almost every Knick that has gotten in the game has scored so far. The exception is Mitchell Robinson, Big Mitch, who is playing with that broken pinky / broken fifth metacarpal on his hand. Playing 3 minutes so far. He's got no points, but he does have a rebound. Oh, Mitch just scored. All right, Mitchell Robinson. The pinky and the hand looks okay. And Brunson looks okay as well. He just tracked down the last rebound on the possession that led to the Mitch score. An alley-oop from Josh Hart. And one. Big Mitch Robinson. Let's see how the free throws look. That'll probably take me right back down to earth. But, all right, there you go. 31-30, the Spurs lead. Dylan Harper, leading scorer for San Antonio, 10 points, and he got him in a hurry off the bench. He has been the spark they needed after a slow start. Wemby's got 7 points and a rebound, has not been called for a foul yet. Go figure. Shocker. Can't say I'm surprised. All right, let's get to a phone call here. 310-840-4910. Andre's in Jackson, Michigan, next up on BetMGM tonight. Andre, what's going on?
I'm going great, big guy. What about you?
I'm doing good.
Well, okay, I wonder was I talking to a Knicks fan? Because we already know what's going to happen. The Knicks
What's that?
are the 1989 Magic Johnson Lakers. They ran through everybody in the playoffs till they got to the finals. Knicks might not win a game, guy. They might not win a game. I'm telling you right now.
Guy? Who are you calling guy, Andre? They're not going to win
a
a game? You're giving this team no credit that they're not going to win a single game?
They're not going to win a game, bro. It's all about Wemby. He's the next coming of Magic Johnson. Johnson won it early. He's going to win it early. He's probably going to win 5 to 10 rings, man. I'm just telling you now. Look around at the NBA. Unless somebody make a big trade, look for the Spurs, you're going to get tired of talking about them. They're going to be like Golden State. We loved them at first. Then we started to hate them. We start hoping they lose, guy. I'm just letting you know. Take your hands off the Knicks. Go get you some.
I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy, pal. I'm not your guy, buddy.
Well,
this isn't the 1989 Lakers. By the way, you're talking about Magic Johnson and how the Lakers ran through everybody, and then they got swept by the Pistons. This is a different Knicks team. You know what? I'm sick of every year we do this. Every year we overreact. And I was probably part of it. Last year I thought, all right, the Thunder, they might have a dynasty going here because their best 3 players are all 24 and younger, and they're all locked up, and they're not going anywhere. And then they get knocked out by the Spurs a year later. Now it's all about Wemby. Oh, Wemby this, Wemby that, Wemby this, Wemby that. And then watch, some team in the West next year will come along. And they will then step up and rise to the challenge, or the Thunder will claim the throne back. But the Knicks aren't going to get a game, guy. Andre, appreciate the call, man, but I want you to call me back tomorrow or Friday when it's 1-0 Knicks, when they win this freaking game. How about that? How about you give me a call back then? And then you could tell me that they're the 1989 Lakers, because Jalen Brunson just hit a tough-ass shot, but he hasn't gotten up off the floor. And Jalen Brunson is screaming at Scott Foster. He just lost his mind on Scott Foster for not getting a foul call on that last bucket and then was slow to get up. Jalen Brunson's not 100%. Well, you know what, Andre? If you think the Knicks aren't gonna get a game, but by the way, our call screener put the subject of what the caller wants to say, and it said Andre in Jackson, Michigan. Doesn't matter that Brunson isn't there. So I'm assuming Andre, who just called in and is calling me guy and is disrespecting the Knicks, probably was thinking that the Knicks were going to get swept even if Jalen Brunson played every game. Well, I'll tell you what, if Jalen Brunson, who is not 100% right now, picked up a knee injury and he just got sent to the floor on what should have been an and one and didn't get the call and is still hobbled. If Jalen Brunson has to miss time in this series, well, then I don't know how the Knicks win the series. But to say that regardless of that, if he's not going to get, they're not going to get a game, they've just obliterated the Eastern Conference. And you're going to cherry pick and say that the one year, the 89 Lakers, when they didn't lose a game en route to the finals and then got swept by the Pistons, that's going to happen again this year? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. This Knicks team is too good. They got too many options. I hope Brunson doesn't have to miss games. I hope he's going to come right back in this game. But that's something we're actively monitoring right now, Jalen Brunson's status. Because he was slow to get up off the floor after what should have been an and one, after he just scored a bucket. He already limped to the locker room earlier in this game. And that's going to be something to monitor the rest of game one right now. 5:52 to go in the second quarter. The Spurs lead the Knicks 37-32. All right, let's get producer Brandon Combs in here. And let's do a little fill in the blank. Combs, what's going on, man? I'm losing it here, brother. I'm on edge.
I know. I can tell you're on edge. You were not having it. You didn't like the fact that our guy was like calling you guy and coming at you, talking about the Knicks not going to win a game. Look, I gotta tell you this: that Jalen Brunson thing is huge. If they lose Brunson for the season, and he was limping bad coming off of that, and there was no foul on that play. There was no foul on that. I don't know why he's complaining. He fell, and when he fell, he tweaked his knee again. So I know he's angry and he's mad that he's hurt, but there was no foul on that play. I look at that, and without Jalen Brunson, this is a tough series for the Knicks, man. And I don't want it to happen this way. I want both teams to be at full strength, and I want to see a really good series because I think that's what we had in the making. Without Jalen Brunson, I don't know what they can do here. So let me throw this first one at you. Without Jalen Brunson, the Knicks would win blank games in this series.
If he misses the rest of the series, if this knee injury is that bad, he doesn't play again the rest of the series. The Knicks win 2 games. They're not winning the series. They're not going to win the series without him. It's not going to happen.
Okay,
not going to happen. They're not winning the series.
I think 2 games is crazy. And there's some blood coming out on his pad or something by his knees. So I don't know what's going on there. I had 2 games of crazy. I don't think they win a game without Jalen Brunson. Do you? You think they win a game without Jalen Brunson?
I don't know, man. My brain hasn't processed that. Brunson's still in the game, and now they threw Carter Bryant on him. The guy that I think that's Carter Bryant, guy that was in the slam dunk contest, the guy that trucked SGA, the guy that wants to play in the NFL. That Carter Bryant. So this is great. The Spurs are basically just gonna maul. And they're going to assault Jalen Brunson the rest of this game.
It's going to be a physical series. I mean, we knew it was going to be a physical series, right? We talked about this before. We talked about this, the other night when we were talking about the series. It's going to be physical. They're going to try. Cat's going to try to manhandle. OG Anunoby's going to try to manhandle Wemby. They're going to try to get him in foul trouble. It's going to be a physical series. They're going to, now, especially with his knee, the way, it's seemingly giving them problems, and who knows, hopefully it's nothing serious, because like I said, I want both of these teams to be at full strength. But I mean, you go at a player like that when you know that. And they got
Brunson. You got an angry Jalen Brunson right now. He's cooking Carter Bryant. He's cooking the Spurs. The last 2 possessions, he got his own rebound and put it back in. And then on the last possession, he just shook him out of his boots with some unbelievable footwork and laid it in off the glass with his right hand. So he's definitely playing on adrenaline right now. I'm absolutely concerned about the status of his knee moving forward in this series. But right now, you have a Jalen Brunson playing with adrenaline and playing pissed off, and the Knicks are back within 1.
Yeah, and that's a good sign for Knicks fans. It's a good sign for Knicks fans. It's a good sign for NBA fans. Look, I'm on the Spurs. I like the Spurs. I've been on them all season long. I've been talking about how good they are. I love this team, and I love Wemby. But I want to see good basketball. and I want to see a good series, and I think that's what we have the makings of. So I'll be happy if Jalen Brunson is healthy. But yeah, man, it's going to be fun down the stretch here.
Brunson with another bucket, by the way, and then Dylan Harper basically just went 100 miles an hour into the paint and laid it in. Mikal Bridges answers with an elbow jumper. That's the thing that's been missing in this first half. Mikal Bridges has to be aggressive, has to get to his spot and hit those elbow jumpers. They got to take. Look, here's the thing that I'm concerned about already, obviously, other than Brunson's knee, is the fact that he's bringing the ball up the court every single time, and then you got Carter Bryant basically playing grab ass on him right away. Thank you. They finally call a foul on him. Thank you. He's double hand checking him every single possession. So they need somebody else to bring the ball past midcourt. If that means Deuce McBride in the game at the same time as Brunson, fine. I mean, hell, it just, I don't know, man. Even just to bring the ball past half court, this is what the Pacers did to him last year, where they picked him up 94 feet and basically didn't give him a second to breathe. So the Knicks have other able ball handlers. Landry Shamet's in the game. Have him freaking carry the ball past half court. At least he could dribble the ball. All right, now they got the ball in Bridges' hands to start the action. And he just tried to throw an alley-oop pass from Mitchell Robinson and threw it 19 rows into the stands.
Yeah, and the Spurs, rightfully so, got smart and brought in their starting five back onto the court. They needed to do that because it was the Knicks are starting to go on a little bit of a run. The Spurs needed to get Wemby back on the court. There was no reason for him to be off the court at that point, and now they just hit a three to take the lead back. So, right now, the Spurs look like when it's the best five versus the best five right now, the San Antonio Spurs look like the better team right now.
Dude, I've never been more on the edge of my seat, tense in my life.
It's fun to
Brunson Brunson misses a three.
Not me making fun of you. Like it's fun to watch you like this, not because you're out of your mind right now, but this reminds me of what I was like in 2016 with the Cubs.
Oh yeah,
where I was just on edge. Like people ask me all the time about that World Series. I'm like, I honestly, I couldn't tell you because I was so nervous and so on edge that I don't remember. I couldn't enjoy it until afterwards. During
Landry
the series,
Shamet step back
series,
three.
I couldn't do it.
Landry Shamet step back freaking three, and then Wemby with some BS just goading Mitchell Robinson in the air and then just basically banging into him to get the foul call. I mean, you're 7'5". He really needs to do that.
Here's my question for you, and peel back the curtain a little bit. If this series goes to game 6 or 7, you're not going to be around.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned that on the air yet. So I'll tell you. Let's take a break. All right, because hopefully we'll be at halftime by the time we come back, and we have some time to breathe, and I can peel back the curtain, as Combs said, and we could have a little story time as to why this series going 6 or more might actually be a terrible thing. Some story time. I'll explain absolutely why when we come back. Don't go anywhere. But I'm honestly rooting. I want the Knicks to win this in 5, and if they lose in 5, there is a saving grace to it. I'll say why when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Let's say Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to join Myles Garrett on this Rams defensive line. We're talking 2 surefire first ballot Hall of Fame players. Now, Donald's an interesting case because he's been retired for a couple years, right? 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Aaron Donald. Garrett's won 2. Donald, 8-time first-team All-Pro. Myles Garrett, 5-time first-team All-Pro. This will evoke memories in terms of Hall of Fame tandems. The 2000 Ravens, the 85 Bears, the 02 Bucks, who had 4 Hall of Famers on that defense, the 61 Packers, the 70 Steelers. But I think it's fair to say, now, it would require Donald to at least be, 85% of what he was, and who knows if that would be the case. It would be the greatest defensive tackle, defensive end pairing in the history of football. And I don't think there's any argument against it if Donald can be even close to what he once was, along with Myles Garrett. The team that it reminds me of, and this team won the Super Bowl, and I'm not insinuating that the Rams will win the Super Bowl. They could very easily not. The team it reminds me of, and the 07 Patriots would be a good example as well, who loaded up after losing the title game to the Colts and blowing that 21-3 lead in Indianapolis with Randy Moss and Wes Welker and others. It's got a little 94 San Francisco 49ers vibe to it. After losing back-to-back title games to the Dallas Cowboys, here's Deion Sanders. Here's Ken Norton Jr. Hell, even Richard Dent came over to join the San Francisco 49ers. Remember Richard Dent, San Francisco 49er? That's kind of the vibe that I get with this Rams team. They will be an even shorter price than they are now to win the Super Bowl. Will they win it? Maybe. But yeah, I think you're nuts if you don't look at what they're doing, if Donald comes out of retirement, and compare it to some of those teams that I've referenced in the history of the league. No one, I think, is going to say, if they're being honest, that Victor Wembanyama is going to be better than Michael. It's a crazy thing to say, right? But I think we can acknowledge, or maybe you disagree, and that's fine, right? That it's within the range of outcomes, given his age, his size, what he's already accomplished, that it might not be nuts to suggest that he could maybe breathe that rarefied air at some point and sit in the pantheon of greats, maybe along with Michael.
Yeah.
As someone who called these games with MJ, what do you think about that? Yeah, please.
He can put his name in the conversation, but I've always said that when it comes to basketball, centers, even as they differ, Russell's not the same as Wilt, who's not the same as Olajuwon, not the same as a healthy Walton, and on, Kareem, obviously. Even as they differ, centers should be separate from guards and forwards. It's like comparing goalies in hockey to forward centers or defensemen. It's kind of a separate category. But the thing with Wemby is, he's hard to categorize. He's obviously not just a classic post player. Those hardly exist anymore. He is, the word unique is often overused when people really mean rare, but he is a unique player. The combination of skills, the body control, the size, the whole thing. I mean, they tell me he's 7'5". They list him at 7'4" for whatever reason. None of the all-time greats that I mentioned were as tall as Wemby. Most of them were more sturdy than Wemby appears to be, but he's only 22. He may fill out further, but he may not want to, because part of his approach, the body control and the way he prepares himself, meditation, you notice when he goes to the free throw line, he closes his eyes before the shot, the whole way in which he approaches maximizing his body for the tasks of basketball is new age. It's 21st century. Makes some of these comparisons difficult, but certainly he has a chance. Bottom line, he has a chance to be in the conversation of the all-time greats, if he isn't there already.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. The stress level is at my throat right now. And, my girlfriend, Corinne, made for dinner. She made some lentils with some curry, like a good kick to them. So on top of already being tense and sweating, and I got a long sleeve Knicks shirt on, now I'm sweating because of eating that. I feel like I'm going to jump out of my skin. And Julian Champagnie is Steph Curry, the second coming of Steph Curry. He can't miss. Halftime, game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Spurs lead the Knicks 55-48. Julian Champagnie's got 15 points. He already has 5 threes in the first half. 5 in the first half. Wemby's not even playing that good. Got 9 points on 2 for 8 shooting. Only 2 rebounds. He does have 3 blocks, but offensively, he hasn't done anything. He's gotten to the free throw line 4 times. That's the only reason why he's got 9 points. But he's not making shots. He hit a 3 early on in the game. That was it. 9 points on 2 of 8 shooting and only 2 rebounds. Dylan Harper off the bench, 12 points, 6 rebounds. You gotta be kidding me. Wemby's getting carried by Julian Champagnie and Dylan Harper. Stephon Castle's got 6 points, 6 rebounds. De'Aaron Fox isn't doing much of anything. He's only got 4 points. Like the 2 best players on paper for the Spurs, Wemby and De'Aaron Fox, 13 combined points on 4 for 16 from the field, and the Knicks are down by 7. Because Champagnie can't miss and Dylan Harper can't miss. For the Knicks, it's Karl Anthony Towns leading the way. He's got 8 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists. Jalen Brunson's leading the way. He's got 11 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. But Brunson, if you missed it, we've been talking about it, monitoring his status. He limped to the locker room after Harrison Barnes fell into his knee at the end of the first quarter, came back, checked back in midway through the second quarter, took another hard fall. Looked like I thought he was hurt again. He's playing through it, and he's basically playing pissed off right now. He had like 3 straight possessions where he just cooked the young Spurs player Carter Bryant, who's basically trying to do nothing shy of assaulting him while guarding him. And Brunson's got 11 points, but here's the problem. This is the Knicks offense is reverting back to what they were under Tom Thibodeau. It's Jalen Brunson hero ball. That's not when they're at their best. OG Anunoby's only taken 3 shots. That can't happen. He's got 5 points on 2 for 3. OG Anunoby's got to have more than 3 shots while Brunson's got 15. Mikal Bridges has 4 points on 2 of 3 shooting. Those guys got to get involved more. They have to be involved more. And Josh Hart has 2 points on 1 for 3 shooting. Those 3 guys together, they're 5 for 9, shooting 56% from the field, and they only got 11 points. Brunson can't be taking 15 shots in the first half, especially on a bum knee. Not going to win the game like that. I give the Knicks bench credit. Josh Hart barely played, by the way, since Landry Shamet has come in because the Knicks are trying to force San Antonio out of the paint and respect the 3 ball because Wemby's basically just roaming the paint no matter what. And Josh Hart took 1 3, but they're paying him no attention. And they're like, you want to drive to the bucket? Sure, go ahead. Otherwise, go ahead and shoot some 3s. See how that goes. So the Knicks had Landry Shamet play 18 minutes in the first half. He played the most out of any Knicks player. And that was also because Brunson was banged up. Landry Shamet's got 6 points. Jose Alvarado's got 7. Deuce McBride has 3. But the Knicks need to get OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges involved more. Point, period, end of story. And they got to find a way to get a damn hand in the face of Julian Champagnie. All right, so there is an update there. They're at halftime. We got a moment to breathe. And also, quick update on our Let's Go Streaking game. We did it. 4 for 4. We picked 4 guys. Everybody on the crew picks a guy to get a hit every night. We went 3 for 4 last night. We went 3 for 4 on Monday. We just missed out. Tonight, we got the 4 for 4. We got the 4 for 4. I picked Ronald Acuna. He came through with a hit. Brad picked Ozzy Albies. He came through with a hit. Combs picked Ben Rice. He came through with a hit. Combs, Brad didn't update your record, by the way, so I forget what you were. But you'll have to do that. And then Monty picked Shohei Ohtani. And Ohtani already singled in his first at-bat, and he's on the mound. So Monty's up to 4 in a row. I updated Monty's record. He's 29 of 35. And my record is updated as well. And Brad's record. So it's just you, Combs. But a 4 for 4 at plus 271 odds. We love that. We'll take it. 4 for 4 on Let's Go Streaking. Beautiful thing. Beautiful, beautiful thing. All right. I got a quick story time. I did mention right before the break that if the NBA Finals does go to a game 6, I'm in a bit of a dilemma. So here's the thing. I'll be in Spain. I'll be in Spain if this series goes to game 6 and or game 7. My girlfriend Corinne, she's the maid of, I almost said the best man. She's the maid of honor in her best friend's wedding. Like she's the maid of honor, and it's her best friend. And her best friend was born in Spain and moved here when she was like, I don't know, like 8 or 9 years old. But she grew up in Spain. She's getting married in Spain, in Cadiz, the southern coast of Spain. And the wedding is on the summer solstice. It's on June 20th. And we booked our plane tickets months ago, like in January. And that was probably too late. Like we should have booked our plane tickets in like October. But we knew about the wedding for over a year, so we knew when the wedding was. It was always going to happen. There was no getting out of it. Trust me, I've tried. There's no getting out of it. I already booked the plane tickets. Already booked the hotel. Already got all the accommodations, a couple of the day trips that we're doing, day activities. That's all booked. And we decided that we were going to fly out with her family, and the wedding is on the 20th, but we're flying out next Sunday, the 14th. So I'm on a flight to Spain Sunday night, the 14th. Game 5 of the NBA Finals is on Saturday night, the 13th. If we don't have a champion in 5 games, Game 6 is Tuesday, the 16th. Game 7 is Friday, the 19th. I am in freaking Spain. Can't make it up. Don't get me wrong. This is tense as all hell. This is anxiety, driving, riddling, being on the air while the Knicks games are going on. But there's no place I'd rather be than doing my job, doing the show here while the games are going on. And I already took all the days off because I'll be in Spain for a wedding that I paid plane tickets for months ago. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma here. Not only that, I'm obviously going to watch the game. I'm going to find a way, whether it's VPN or I think it's Amazon Prime is the rights holder in Europe for the NBA Finals. That game's not going to start at 2:30 in the morning in Spain. I'll be up till 5 o'clock in the morning watching Game 6. The day of if it goes to a Game 7, the day of the wedding, I'll be up till 5 o'clock in the morning. I'll be basically slumped over, half awake for after Game 7 later at the wedding. Anyway, the second half starts next. We'll do hot or cold to kick off the final hour. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So my confidence level heading into this game tonight is actually pretty high for my New York Knicks. As we've talked about, and they haven't played since Memorial Day. It's been like 10 days since the Knicks. Feels like it's been forever since they played, right? The Knicks enter the NBA Finals on an 11-game win streak. To reiterate the point that I've made, the Knicks are the 5th team in the history of the league to have an 11-game postseason win streak. 89 Lakers, 99 Spurs, 01 Lakers, 17 Warriors, 26 Knicks. The 89 Lakers are the only team in that group that didn't win the title. Magic Johnson and Byron Scott both got hurt. Isaiah and the Pistons swept. The rest all won. The Knicks enter the NBA Finals with on literally the best 11-game run in the history of professional basketball, regular season or postseason. I would be stunned if OG and Bridges didn't play well. And if OG and Bridges play well, it will mean Brunson gets his. And if that happens, I think the Knicks are going to win. Give me the New York. I almost don't even want to say it. I think the Knicks are going to win the championship. I'm oddly confident. I'm going to stop short of guaranteeing it. Of course, I'm not going to Joe Namath or Mark Messier it. I'm not going to guarantee anything. They can lose, and if they lose, I'll be crushed. As crushed as you could be at almost 43 years old with a wife and kid, with bigger problems than favorite NBA team winning a championship. As crushed as I could be at this stage in my life if they don't win. I would trade right now none of my other favorite teams winning a title for the next 10 years for the Knicks to win this championship. I hope and pray it happens. And I actually think it will.
Initially, I want to say Seattle. The reason, if I'm picking one just off of paper, talent, coaches, and all of that, it would be Seattle. My issue is that it's so damn hard to get back to the Super Bowl from one year to the next year that probability chances are it just won't happen. I'm going to say the Chicago Bears would be my sleeper type of team.
Okay.
What can they continue to develop into in year two with Ben Johnson, year two with Caleb Williams doing what he was able to do last year, learning on the job, but still showing us some of those traits that you can take over and win a game at the very end. Now, how do you continue to build that up to be able to play those first three quarters and all that the same way you play the last 45 seconds on a 2-minute drive to go win a game, and with some of the advancements they've made on the defensive side of the ball? I would say that would be my sleeper surprise pick rather than going with just the norm of teams. I would go on a limb and say the Chicago Bears.
The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Wednesday night extravaganza starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Again, our talk and text line, 310-840-4910. We're going to get back to your phone calls here in just a moment. But nothing has happened in the Knicks-Spurs game since our last segment. Again, they're about to start the third quarter now, 55-48, the Spurs lead. Jalen Brunson, the big story in this one, limped to the locker room with an injury at the end of the first quarter, came back. He has 11 points, but he's 5 for 15 from the field. He's definitely not 100%. He's a little bit hobbled. Other Knicks players have to step up, and it can't be Brunson hero ball. Wemby's only got not only, but he's got 9 points on 2 of 8 shooting with only 2 rebounds. But it's Julian Champagny who cannot freaking miss a shot. He's got 15 points on 5 of 6 from deep. And Dylan Harper's got 12 points and 6 rebounds. So Champagny and Harper leading the Spurs. Third quarter just started. And yeah, just to finish off the story here, if this series goes to a game 6 and or a game 7, I will be watching in the middle of the night from the southern coast of Spain because my girlfriend is the maid of honor in her best friend's wedding, and we're flying out the night after game 5. So hopefully the Knicks win it in 5. But, I mean, obviously I don't want them to lose at all, so I guess I would have to be rooting to be watching it at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning for game 6 and or potential game 7. Either way. All right, let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Jeff is in Atlanta. Next up on BetMGM tonight. Jeff is on line 1. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, Pat, don't worry about watching game 6 or 7 in Spain. The series will be done in 4. I hate to say
Whoa, Knicks sweep?
I was right about the Knicks. No. I got the Spurs in 4. Everyone got caught up in the finals run, but I kept saying that the Knicks' flaws would show up against a legit championship caliber team. The finals are a different level, and so far they're looking exactly like I expected. Respect to the run they had, but this matchup is exposing them. And shout out to Smegma Burrito.
I don't know who Magno Burrito is, but Jeff, I appreciate the call. What is being exposed about the Knicks right now? Jalen Brunson got hurt. He's not 100%. He came back in the game, and they're down 7. Wemby hasn't played well. De'Aaron Fox hasn't played well. Julian Champagny can't miss a shot from 3, and it's a 7-point game in the third quarter. What are you talking about? I don't care, and I'm being dead ass here. I'm being dead honest. I don't care if the Knicks lose both games 1 and 2 by 20 points. I really don't. I'll be pissed. Don't get me wrong. I'll be furious. But if the Knicks go back to the Garden, game 3, down 2-0, I'll be confident. I'm living this series by the age-old adage that a series don't freaking start till the home team loses. All right? The Knicks had 9 days off. I was expecting them to be a little bit rusty. I think they win the series in 6. So I do think they win one of the 2 games here in San Antonio. But even if they're down 0-2, you're not going to find me panicking. I promise you that. You will not find me panicking if the Knicks are down 0-2. So, Jeff, why don't you shove it? Why don't you shove it? Tell me this. Congrats to your Knicks. Oh, this series is going to go 4. Oh, Knicks sweep? No, they're going to get swept. Okay. We haven't had a point, by the way, in the third quarter until just now. Wemby gets fouled by Cat, so 2 free throws coming for Wembanyama. That's the only way he's scoring tonight, it seems. 310-840-4910. All right, let's get producer Brandon Combs back into the mix here. Let's do a little hot or cold to kick off the final hour. Combs, what's going on?
Telling the listeners to shove it tonight. I mean, this is an edgy Pat Boyle who is looking at his team, is nervous about his team, and is on edge. Look, man, I don't know. I agree with you. I don't know what's been exposed. I'm watching this game with you. I haven't seen.
Has this not been a basically a 50-50 game so far?
I wouldn't say 50-50. I think when both teams starting 5 are on the court, I think that the Spurs have looked like the better team. But I don't think that anything's been exposed. The Knicks are still good. They're still hanging tough. They're still playing well. It's just I don't know that anything's been exposed. And I don't think, I think the Spurs are going to win this series. I've been saying this since November. They're going to win the trophy. I think that they're going. I think it's going to be in 6. You know what I mean? I'm with you in the 6 games. I just think it's the other way around. I don't think either one of these teams is going to sweep the other because I think both of these teams are good enough to win 1 or 2 games. Okay. Now, let me ask you, though, because like you said before you took the caller and in the last segment before at the bottom of the last hour, games, if this goes to game 7, I mean, look, I remember 2016 when I was in my house. I got home from work. I remember it explicitly. I got home from work at 2:00 in the afternoon. I couldn't sit down. I was pacing back and forth in the living room. My wife at the time was like, "Oh, you've got. I mean, are you going to sit down? Are you going to?" I'm like, I can't. I can't. I'm nervous. I can't sit down. I didn't sit down until that freaking home run went over the wall for the Cleveland Indians at the time. And I fell into the couch because I was so disappointed. And I thought that the Cubs were going to lose the World Series. I don't know how the hell, like, you're going to be in Spain. And it's going to be at 2 o'clock in the morning for tip-off. Like, how are you going to handle, like, I see how you are now. How are you going to handle that anxiety of a Game 7?
Well, I won't have to worry
in
about
Spain?
being tired. I won't have to worry about being tired, like, because it's going to keep me up all night regardless. And then so once the game starts, I'll have no problem, being tired or whatnot. It'll be 2:30 in the morning in Spain. The game's not going to end until 5 o'clock in the morning if there is a Game 7. And then if the Knicks lose, I'll go right to sleep. If they get to a Game 7 and lose, I'll go right to sleep because I'm not going to want to watch anything. I'll have been up all night. I won't give a damn. I obviously don't want to watch any of the Spurs after the game, celebrating and all their trophies, presentation. I'll go right to sleep. If the Knicks win a Game 7, then we might have some trouble. Because then what I'm probably going to do is run out onto the streets of the southern coast of Spain, and I'm going to take my top off, and I'm going to just absolutely go nuts. And I'm going to go find the nearest establishment that will serve alcohol at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I will probably get hammered. And then
will you take a nap the night before? Like, will your girlfriend be understanding enough for you to be like, look, Game 7 is tonight at 2 o'clock in the morning.
No,
we need to be back to the hotel by 7. I need to go to bed for a few hours so I can.
No, because we're gonna have the rehearsal. We'll have the rehearsal dinner the night before.
Oh no. Pat, what did you do? What did you do to yourself?
Sorry that I didn't say, hey, babe, you know what? I know you're the maid of honor for your best friend's wedding. I can't go because I know it's January, but there is a chance the Knicks will be in the NBA Finals. And
no, Pat, you go, but what? Like, I mean, the rehearsal dinner is not going to be at like 10 o'clock at night. You go to the rehearsal dinner, you're done with dinner by like 8 o'clock, you mingle for an hour, and then you're like, babe, look, you stay, you have fun with your friends. I'm going to go back to the hotel. I got to get some rest before the tip-off at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because this is the biggest night of your life if they're in a Game 7.
I don't think I could do it. I don't think I can, dude. But here's the thing. All right, so if I don't know where in relation. I think it's kind of like a villa, if you will. So I would assume the rehearsal dinner is going to be from there. And so let's say it's at, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock. Like, by the time that gets done, I'm not going to just be like, all right, I'm going to go to bed for 3 hours. Like, that's not going to happen. And I'm going to be so pumped up at that point for a potential Game 7 that I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm going to just be up until the time the game would start.
Well, two things. Like, one, I am extremely happy that all my friends are poor and could never afford to get married in Spain. And the second thing is you are a much better man than me. Because I would tell her I'm the game's more important to me. I'll be there. I'll be at the dinner, but I'm going back to the hotel and I got to sleep and then I'm going to watch the game and then you'll see me at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day because after the game I'm going back to bed. But like this is it's the biggest game of my life. If this was the Cubs and I was in your shoes and this was the Cubs in the World Series, had this been in 2016 and I was in your shoes, I wouldn't be going to the wedding.
Yeah. Well, I like my girlfriend. I like my relationship and I live with my girlfriend. So that would be that wouldn't be too good for me. And we joke about it, but that's, Combs, you're on your third marriage.
Yeah, that's I mean, you do have a point there. And it's been said that, I care more about baseball than I do, my loved ones. I'm not going to deny that that's true, but it's just a different feeling. Like I don't know. Like I don't think I could do it, man. I just couldn't.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, Monty said in our show chat, just power through it all, Pat. You can rest when you get home. Exactly. And look, Wemby's looking a little hobbled. By the way, the Knicks can't make a shot. They cannot make a shot. They've missed so many threes right now. Some of them open, some of them contested. They're down by 13. It's 63-50 with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Wemby just went to the bench, though, and he's a little limpy. A little gimpy. I don't know if he just a little rolled ankle here or what, but that's an interesting development.
Yeah,
I mean, the Knicks
it.
can't score. Finally, thank you. A foul call. My God, thank you. Jeez.
By the way, I have to go back. So earlier in the night, you had said if they get down by 15, you're going with a rally cap. They're down by 13 right now. And then if they get down by 20, you were going with shades. Yep. But the biggest thing for me was that you said if they lose game 1, you're doing the show in blue and orange body paint on Friday.
Yeah, well, as if I can get it expedited delivery by Friday. If not, it'll be game 3. Even if they lose game 1 and they win game 2, if they lose tonight, I will be doing either Friday show or Monday show with blue and orange body paint. Yep, and face paint. Yep, I'll go all out.
Wait, game 3's not until Monday?
Yes, Combs. And you're the one that loves to make fun of the NBA schedule all the time. It would be 2 days off. That's not crazy.
Why was the NBA? It's not that crazy because it's 2 days off in between. I mean,
Travel.
It's a little crazy, but it's not that crazy because of travel. But it's crazy that they schedule it like that so they don't have any games on a Saturday or a Sunday for the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
the
honestly.
dumb part.
Honestly, I think during the summer, I don't think the NBA, I think they do it like that on purpose. They don't have a single game, or actually game 5 would be Saturday. That would be the only one. I don't think the NBA cares about having games all on weeknights because think about it. You think Knicks fans are going to go to sleep before 11 o'clock? By the way, I saw Mayor Mamdani. He passed an executive order. What was it? Executive order to extend bedtime for all young Knicks fans that are in school so that they can stay up and watch the games. I thought that was pretty funny and pretty cool. But, I mean, look, 11 o'clock on the East Coast, it's not the worst. I mean, Now, again, it'll probably end like 11:10. That's not crazy. Every other part of the country, this game starts at 7:30 p.m. San Antonio time, Central time. That's like pretty much perfect. Mountain time at 6:30. Game is ending at just around 9 o'clock. And West Coast, it starts at 5:30 and it ends at like 8 p.m. So it's really just the East Coast. And the East Coast, do you really care about anybody that's a non-Knick fan that is like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not staying up late to watch this. It's Victor Wembanyama, who, yes, I've been slow to crown him King Wemby, but I do realize the allure and the draw that he has, and it's against the Knicks. People are going to watch. I don't think it.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. People are going to watch. I'm selfish, as you've heard in this whole segment where I'm talking about I would not go to a wedding to watch the Cubs in the World Series. But
you want the game on a Saturday or Sunday?
Yeah, some of us work until 11 o'clock Eastern. So they're not thinking about you, Pat. They're not thinking about me. Like, what the hell?
I don't know. I'd have to ask Adam Silver. Adam Silver doesn't get
instead of in studio.
Adam Silver doesn't get a lot of things right. And selfishly, yes, I would like to be able to watch the game while I'm not doing the show, but I don't mind doing our show and talking about the game. I mean, that comes with it. But I don't know. Adam Silver normally gets a lot of things wrong. I would have to ask him do the viewership numbers for weeknight games, have they historically been bigger than weekend games?
That would be interesting too. Cuz I can't imagine that they would be, right? Like I guess maybe. I guess cuz technically like if it's on a Saturday night, you probably have less ratings just because most people will go out to watch the game as opposed to be at home to watch the game. So it probably does affect the ratings a little bit. But no, I mean, you're right though. Like I do love, like that's part of the allure of doing this for a living, right? Is being able to react in real time to games and being able to talk about these things in real time and get our opinions out there in real time. That is part of the allure, So I just, wish we had sounds sometimes. That's all.
Yeah. All right. 63-51. Mikal Bridges just split a couple of free throws. The Knicks have not been able to hit much of anything in this third quarter. Remember, at the half, they had 48. So there's been nearly half the third quarter has gone by, and the Knicks have 3 points. And what was that? Dylan Harper is just, I guess Dylan Harper is just an all-NBA player at age 20. That's cool. Not only do they have Wemby, but the Spurs have Dylan Harper, who is an all-star already. 65-51 Spurs lead. 6 minutes left to go in the third quarter. We'll take a short break. We'll get you caught up on the game when we return. We'll also do hot or cold, since I don't think we even did it. So we'll get to some hot or cold here when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood on Sports.
What's your favorite game or event that you've ever been a part of, called, announced, etc.?
I really can't single out any one, but when I'm asked, I have three that I immediately just toss out there. I didn't call Kirk Gibson's home run, the pinch hit home run in Game 1 of 1988's World Series off Dennis Eckersley. Jack Buck had a memorable call on radio, and Vin Scully had one of his greatest calls on television, but I was the pregame and postgame host for NBC, and that remains the most theatrical baseball moment I've ever been connected to. Not necessarily the biggest or the best, but the most theatrical in the way it played out. And I interviewed Gibson immediately on the field in the aftermath of this miraculous home run. And I actually said that this reminded me of Roy Hobbs at bat, Robert Redford as Roy Hobbs in the movie The Natural, which was fairly new at that time during the 1980s. And what NBC's producers did, and it was brilliant, was they went to work and they intercut Redford's at-bat with Gibson's at-bat, along with Randy Newman's soundtrack from The Natural. And that's the way we came on the air before Game 2, because it was that dramatic and that theatrical in the way the whole thing played out. You couldn't have staged it any more dramatically than that. So that's one. Another is Muhammad Ali lighting the torch at the opening ceremony of the Olympics in Atlanta in 1996, a moment both powerful and poignant. And the third would be Michael Jordan's last shot as a Chicago Bull. We thought at the time it was perhaps his last shot of the NBA, but he did come back for a couple of seasons with the Wizards. But essentially, that's the way the curtain came down. And talk about theatrical, one of the greatest careers in the history of American sports ends in the most dramatic way possible. Classic jump shot, down by a point, changes it to up by a point, closes out the series, closes out his career, 6 titles, 6 MVPs in the finals, never lost in the finals. That's a perfect punctuation.
May have pushed off, but I'm a lifelong Knicks fan, and Michael Jordan ruined my childhood saying that.
Stop. If that play happens in the second quarter of a regular season game, no one even comments on it. Russell's momentum was already carrying him in the other direction. The little hand on his tush, as I said in the Last Dance documentary, was the equivalent of a maitre d' showing a customer to his table. It had nothing to do with the play. He had already faked him out of position and was wide open and then hit the shot.
I hated them. I can't.
Well,
unless the Knicks win a championship, I can't shake it. I'm being honest up front about my hate for them.
right now, this is the best team in the National Football League. They were Super Bowl favorites before they added Myles Garrett to this team. To me, this is a special trade. I think even for me personally, I was in Cleveland Myles' rookie year when he got there, and the slogan on our team at that time from Hugh Jackson was "Embrace the suck." We knew what it was going to be coming off a 1-15 season, and then we went 0-16
I
that
was going to say,
season.
you did. You did.
Yes,
I hate
exactly.
to say that. I'm not
You
trying
did
to be
that
a
well.
jerk, but
So for Myles, and he's played in 3 playoff games throughout his 9 years, but he's done so much damage on teams that weren't able to get over the hump or even get close to where they wanted to get. So for him personally, you come into the league on a bad team with a Hall of Fame player like Joe Thomas, who you saw and probably got to go against every single day in practice. And you saw a guy that finished his last game against the Titans when he got injured in a Hall of Fame career, never getting to see that type of team success. So now you fast forward for Myles, 9 years of that. Now you get an opportunity to go play in 7 primetime games, and you get to chase a Lombardi trophy. So to me, this is special. This is a Rams defense that fell apart towards the end of the season, but was at the top of the league when you look at pressures, sacks, and all of those things. And now you've just added the Defensive Player of the Year along with the MVP from a year ago. So this is an extremely dangerous team right now with this type of move. Sucks they had to give up Jared Verse, who I think is a fantastic player. But when you get a guy like Myles Garrett on your defense, with what they've added in the secondary with the trade of Trent McDuffie and adding Jalen Watson, like you've completely changed your defense and how you're going to be able to attack your opponents.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Here come the New York Knicks, a 7-0 run. I got to be honest, it looked bleak, man. They had 3 points in the third quarter about a minute and a half ago. There was 6:20 left to go in the third quarter. The Knicks had scored 3 points in the freaking quarter. They've scored 10 in the last minute and a half, and it's a 7-0 run in the last 45 seconds. The New York Knicks have cut the deficit from 13 down to 6. It's 67-61. The Spurs lead game 1 of the NBA Finals. Julian Champagnie still the leader for the Spurs. He's got 15. He had 5 threes in the first half. He hasn't scored since. I'm waiting for that to change. Victor Wembanyama, 13 points, 4 rebounds, 3 blocks, but he's just 2 for 10 from the field. Dylan Harper off the bench has 14 points and 6 rebounds. And Stephon Castle has 12 points. Dylan Harper, you got to be kidding me. Dylan Harper, he's an all-star. At age 20, he's got 16 points. He just hit a ridiculous contested 2-on-1 reverse layup. Unbelievable. Brunson misses a 3. Jalen Brunson, that was the story of the first half. Limped to the locker room with an injury at the end of the first quarter. Came back in the second quarter and has been doing what he can, but he doesn't look 100%. Landry Shamet off a turnover just hit a corner 3. Let's go. Down to a 5-point game. But Jalen Brunson's got 13 points. He's 6 for 20 from the field. I mean, he's not 100%. He's grinding it out. He's not like noticeably limping right now. He's on the court. He's not like hobbling, but he's not 100%. And the Knicks offense has to be more balanced. And this is a bold lineup right now that they're going with. They got Brunson, Cat, Josh Hart, Deuce McBride, and Landry Shamet. Deuce McBride nearly hit a 3 that would have sent the place into a frenzy, at least Knicks fans into a frenzy, but Karl Anthony Towns gets the offensive rebound and puts it back. It's a 1-possession game. Let's go. But yeah, anyway, Brunson with 13 points. Karl Anthony Towns, 15 points, 9 rebounds. De'Aaron Fox hits a shot. He hasn't had a good game either. De'Aaron Fox only has 6 points on 3 of 10 from the field. So again, Karl Anthony Towns, 15 points. Brunson, 13 points. And then off the bench, Landry Shamet's got 11. He has been one hell of a spark for the Knicks. And he's giving them some much-needed spacing because, again, all the Spurs want to do is clog the paint with Wemby. Oh, and Josh Hart had an open look at a 3, and that would have been huge because they've been daring Josh Hart to shoot all freaking game. But Karl Anthony Towns, once again with an offensive rebound, puts it back and the foul. and they're showing the replay. Wemby out to the perimeter to actually try to block that shot off Josh Hart. So Karl-Anthony Towns was getting boxed out by Keldon Johnson. And that's a battle the Knicks need to exploit. Karl-Anthony Towns did a good job of using his size and his strength. He's 7 feet, 250 pounds, gets the rebound, puts it back in the foul. So we have a chance to make this a 2-point game. I say we, the Knicks, have a chance to make it a 2-point game. That's one thing I usually never do. I usually don't refer to the Knicks as we. I'm not on the team. I don't play for the team. Yes, I'm a fan. That was a slip there. So, all right. 2-point game, under 3 minutes left to go in the third quarter. You want to join in on the show, you can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Combs, let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Before we continue with some hot or cold, Combs, what's going on with your Cubbies? Because 3/4 of the show here are Cubs fans, and I know that they've got a thriller going on right now.
Yeah, I guess you can call it a thriller. They had a 4-2 lead in the 8th, and they just gave up the damn lead. I gotta tell you right now, look, I would trade Phil Maton for you that year that you had that 5 ERA in college, because I would rather have that than Phil Maton on the mound any day of the week. I don't understand why this guy still pitches in high leverage situations. Now, he did get out of the inning, so they're going to the bottom of the 8th, but he just is. I don't know what it is with this team right now. They just cannot put it together. And I'm getting to the point where they might be sellers at the deadline as opposed to buyers.
Wow. I mean, well, I know you think that Jed Hoyer does not want to, trade prospects for some big players. But yeah, I mean, I guess if they give him any reasonable doubt to be sellers, he might take it. I mean, they're still in decent shape to make a playoff, push here though. So I still think it's way too early. Brunson with a tough bucket to tie the game at 71, and on the other end, Deuce McBride just swats a Keldon Johnson shot 6 rows into the stands. Let's go. We got a tie game here, Combs.
It's getting really good, but this is what we expected. We expected it to be a good series. We expected it to be a good game 1. I didn't expect anybody to get blown out in this series. That's why it was a 4.5-point spread. And so it is what it is. As San Antonio just took the lead 73-71. I expect that this is what it's going to be. It's going to be back and forth. It's going to be a dogfight for however many games it goes, 6 or 7. I don't think any of these games end in blowouts. I don't think we see any, you're used to the Knicks winning by an average of 11 points in the playoffs right now is what their average was. They were so good in the first 2 series that
19 points
average came down. So, yeah, 19 points. There you go. I don't expect to see any of that. I don't expect to see any blowouts in this series. I think they're all going to be close, highly contested games. So, going to be fun. It's good for the NBA to have a series like this.
All right, let's continue on with some hot or cold. What do you got?
All right, let's go with the first one. Let's stay right here in this series. Cat will average 18-plus points, 10-plus rebounds per game in the finals. Hot or cold?
I'm going to go with hot. And, that's not saying Karl-Anthony Towns is going to be Superman. But, I mean, literally right now, there's a minute and a half left to go in the third quarter. Karl-Anthony Towns literally has 18 points and 10 rebounds. That's crazy. Because didn't I put that in a couple of days ago?
Yes. Put that in. Actually, put it in yesterday. Yep.
That's absurd. He literally has 18 points and 10 rebounds right now as we speak, and it's the third quarter. Yeah, again, I mean, he's going to have a ton of opportunities to rebound the basketball, and Wemby is not going to be, the Knicks are doing a good enough job that Wemby's not just staying underneath the rim. So Karl-Anthony Towns he's had plenty of opportunities to drive to the basket. He's been aggressive. So, yeah, he has to, at this point, he has to average 18 points and 10 rebounds per game. He has to.
Yeah.
With all the opportunities he's got.
Yeah, they're going to need him, especially if Brunson's hurt. You know what I mean? If Brunson's knee, I know he's playing, but I mean, if he's not 100%, Cat's going to have to be the guy that steps it up. Him and OG. And I know Mikal Bridges has been out of this world in these playoffs as well, but Cat's got to be the guy if Jalen Brunson's not 100%. All right. Let's move on to the next one. We saw the cover, the Madden NFL cover. I think it's the best cover of all time. The Jordan jump throw from Caleb Williams over the city of Chicago on the Madden cover. So hot or cold, Caleb Williams will win NFL MVP this season.
I mean, Combs, what do you want from me? You're asking me to be the bad guy. I don't want to be the bad guy. Cold.
You're always the
Caleb
bad guy.
Williams isn't winning. Caleb Williams isn't winning MVP. Now, Caleb Williams had some heart-stopping, jaw-dropping moments in fourth quarters of games last year. I'll give you that. You look at his numbers. Look at his numbers. He didn't throw for 4,000 yards. He had 27 touchdowns. Look at who won the MVP. Matthew Stafford. Now, is Matthew Stafford going to replicate what he did last year? I doubt it, but he had 4,700 yards and 46 touchdowns. Drake May, who was the runner-up, had 4,400 yards and 31 touchdowns. Do you understand what kind of numbers Caleb Williams is going to have to put up in order to do that? The Bears run the football, and that's part of the reason that makes them good if their offense is good, which their offense was good, is that they run the football. Caleb Williams is not like, this isn't a pass-first offense. And so he's going to have to throw for 4,000-plus yards and 32 to 35 touchdowns if he's going to win the MVP. It's not happening. Their offense isn't built like that.
I mean, well, first of all, you're acting like he wasn't even close to 4,000 yards. He threw for 3,942 yards last year. He was 58 yards off of being the first 4,000-yard passer in Bears history last season. I think that this is going to be a better offense. They've got 3 massive tight ends. They're going to use a lot of 13 personnel. There's going to be a lot of different things. Caleb Williams seems to be excited about this offense, and as long as he can stay healthy, I think he is a guy that can put up 4,400 yards this year. And I don't even think that that's a stretch to talk about. I think 4,400 yards. I think 30 touchdowns or more. And a guy who hasn't thrown for more than 7 interceptions yet in his career in a season. I think yes. I think he is a guy that can put up these numbers. Now, yes, he's going to have to come up and be a lot better in his completion percentage if you're going to have a season like that. For sure. But I think he's capable of doing that. And I think that this offense, and I think what Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams in their second year together are going to be a lot better. I think this offense is going to be a lot better. I think you don't have the stigma of having to try to squeeze the ball in to DJ Moore. I think you've got 2 really good wide receivers in the wide receiver room with Roma Dunze and God, why can't I think of his name now? Roma Dunze and Luther Burden. I think that both of those guys are phenomenal. Colston Loveland, talk about Cole Kmet. I think that this team is going to be really good offensively. The defense is going to be the bigger question for the Bears this year. But I think this offense is going to be really good, and I think Caleb's going to be able to put up MVP-type numbers. So I will say hot, Caleb Williams can win MVP this season.
I mean, yes, he can win MVP, just like I can get a date with Sydney Sweeney.
No, you can't.
Oh, my girlfriend didn't hear
that. I mean, you get a list, right? Don't you have a list?
We haven't discussed our list. We've been dating for a year and a half, almost to the date. It's almost been a year and a half to the date. It was December 10th of 2024 we started dating. We haven't formally discussed a list of who would be acceptable.
You found somebody that can deal with you on a night in and night out basis for a year and a half? I mean, at least I get weekends off.
That was pretty funny. That was pretty good.
All right. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, end of the third quarter, 76-76. Deuce McBride banked in a corner. I've never seen a bank shot corner 3. He was about as close to the corner as you could, and it literally banked off, like it barely grazed the glass and banked in, if I saw it correctly, which I think I did. And then Wemby missed a 3 at the buzzer. So we're going to the fourth quarter, all tied up at 76 in game 1 here, Combs. I was getting ready to wave the white flag in game. I was getting ready to put this rally cap on. They were down by 13. And I said if they got down by 15, rally cap engaged. They get down by 20, rally shades engaged. And we got a tie ball game in the fourth quarter here. Going into the fourth quarter. They haven't started it yet, but holy, what a freaking turnaround. And Brunson, I don't know, man. I don't know what Brunson's knee is going to look like the rest of the series, but it looks okay for now. He's 7 for 22 from the field. He's 1 for 8 from 3. That's the most discouraging part, is that he's taken 8 threes and he's only hit 1 of them. But I feel pretty good. The Spurs had a big lead and blew it, and they could obviously still win. But this is anybody's ball game. Fourth quarter, game 1. Let's go.
Yeah. No, it's a great game, and this is exactly what the NBA wanted, right? Like, this is what is going to bring fans, and set records with viewership. Not only do you have these two, you got New York, who, I mean, their fans just travel, and they've got fans all over the world. And then you've got the Spurs with Victor Wembanyama, who's, I call him the face of the league. I think he's the best player in the NBA right now. And you've got that matchup. But then if you 1-point games, 2-point games throughout the NBA Finals, it's exactly what the NBA wants. It's exactly what the NBA needs.
I think they just called a foul on Wemby. Dude, when they go for rebounds, it is a war. It is a freaking war right now.
Extremely physical series this is going to be. But Cat and Wemby have been battling it out the entire night.
Knicks have the
body
lead.
on body.
Landry Shamet heads up play off the inbound. Knicks first lead since 43-42. And the Knicks are in front. Oh, baby. Where's Andre? I don't want to get ahead of myself, actually. But he said the Knicks aren't going to get a game. They're winning game 1 in the fourth quarter, and Brunson's hobbled, and they're not going to get a game. Yeah, okay. Knock Wemby's ass to the ground. Make him hit those free throws. Let me ask you this next one, because we got the news. We got the news today. Russell Wilson is going to end up. He's retiring. And we mentioned he took a job, CBS Sports analyst. So I would assume they're going to probably put him on that Sunday panel, right? The what do they call it? Because I know Boomer and Phil Simms used to be on it, and then they kind of moved them on, and now it's J.J. Watt. And they got Matty Ice, Matt Ryan, Coach Cower. What is that called? What does CBS call their Sunday football program?
NFL on CBS.
Yeah, I guess the NFL Today. So they still have James Brown and Bill Cower, and now they're getting younger and younger. Nate Burleson, J.J. Watt, Matt Ryan, and now Russell Wilson. He accepted a job as a CBS Sports analyst, and now he's retiring because I guess he's probably got no interest, from other teams to play in the NFL. So Russell Wilson officially retiring. He's hanging it up. Combs, hot or cold, Russell Wilson is not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Hot. Russell Wilson had a good run. Russell Wilson had a few good years, 2, 3, maybe to be exact. Really, really good years. But beyond that, I mean, he was an average quarterback at best. And if you're going to tell me that Eli Manning is not a Hall of Famer, then Russell Wilson's not a Hall of Famer. Eli Manning with almost 1,300 more yards passing. 13,000 more yards passing, not 1,300.
Yep.
So I don't think that a guy who has won 2 Super Bowl MVPs and 2 Super Bowls, who's not a Hall of Famer, you're not going to put a guy in Russell Wilson, who never won a league MVP, never won a Super Bowl MVP, won 1 Super Bowl, then made the dumbest pass in Super Bowl history to lose the Super Bowl. No, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer at all. I think he was a really good quarterback, not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, if they put Russell Wilson in the Hall of Fame, what are we doing? I mean, then it's the Hall. Then it's not even the Hall of very good. It's just the Hall of good. Like you said, he got carried by the Legion of Boom. And look, I know it's easy to pile on Russell Wilson the last couple of years, with how cringy he got with the Mr. Unlimited and all those stupid, was it McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, or Subway, right? Subway commercials?
Yeah.
Danger Witch. But, I mean, look, he was a great quarterback for a couple of years. But, yes, let's not act like the Seahawks won the Super Bowl because of him, and they went to a couple of Super Bowls. It was because of the Legion of Boom. And the last couple of years, he didn't help his case with the Broncos and with the Giants. Not a Hall of Famer. Like you mentioned, there was no shot he's a Hall of Famer over Eli Manning. So really good career, made a ton of money. has a gorgeous wife in Sierra, not a Hall of Famer. So I agree.
So in 14 seasons, if I asked you without looking it up, don't look it up. In 14 seasons, how many times has Russell Wilson eclipsed 3,600 yards passing?
14 seasons, how many times has he eclipsed 3,600 yards? I would say 3 or 4.
5. 5 times in 14 seasons did he pass for more than 3,600 yards. I mean, not exactly good. Only 3 times in his career did he actually, or 4 times in his career did he actually eclipse 4,000. So, you look at this guy and you look at what he's done and how he's done it. I mean, it's just, and then the last 4 years, I mean, ever since he went to Denver, that Broncos country let's ride was probably the most cringiest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But even in Denver, 3,500 yards passing, 3,100 yards passing, 2,400 yards passing in Pittsburgh. And then, he got benched last year, but after 9 games, only had 831 yards passing. Like, I thought he retired 3 years ago.
Well, he didn't, because he had that incredible game against the Cowboys. But that was his farewell tour, basically. OG Anunoby is going off, by the way, in this fourth quarter. He's got 8 points in the fourth. He just hit another 3 to give him 13. And then Stephon Castle answered with one. Wow, Devin Vassell's actually human. This guy can actually miss some shots. Stephon Castle in and out on another 3. All right, we got to take a break. Oh, baby, this game's heating up. Oh, baby, this game's heating up. I don't know how that's not a foul. Just letting everything go now.
Me neither.
310-840-4910. Under 7.5 to go in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. We'll take a short break. We'll have our final segment when we return, and we'll get ready to turn things over to Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night. But it's a tie ball game. The Knicks and Spurs 86 apiece with 7.5 to go. Oh, baby. My heart rate's through the roof. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
Let's say Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to join Myles Garrett on this Rams defensive line. We're talking 2 surefire first ballot Hall of Fame players. Now, Donald's an interesting case because he's been retired for a couple years, right? 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Aaron Donald. Garrett's won 2. Donald, 8-time first team All-Pro. Myles Garrett, 5-time first team All-Pro. Like, this will evoke memories in terms of Hall of Fame tandems. The 2000 Ravens, the 85 Bears, the 02 Bucks, who had 4 Hall of Famers on that defense, the 61 Packers, the 70 Steelers. But I think it's fair to say, now, it would require Donald to at least be, 85% of what he was, and who knows if that would be the case. It would be the greatest defensive tackle, defensive end pairing in the history of football. And I don't think there's any argument against it if Donald can be even close to what he once was, along with Myles Garrett. The team that it reminds me of, and this team won the Super Bowl, and I'm not insinuating that the Rams will win the Super Bowl. They could very easily not. The team it reminds me of, and the 07 Patriots would be a good example as well, who loaded up after losing the title game to the Colts and blowing that 21-3 lead in Indianapolis with Randy Moss and Wes Welker and others. It's got a little 94 San Francisco 49ers vibe to it. After losing back-to-back title games to the Dallas Cowboys, here's Deion Sanders. Here's Ken Norton Jr. Hell, even Richard Dent came over to join the San Francisco 49ers. Remember Richard Dent, San Francisco 49er? That's kind of the vibe that I get with this Rams team. They will be an even shorter price than they are now to win the Super Bowl. Will they win it? Maybe. But yeah, I think you're nuts if you don't look at what they're doing if Donald comes out of retirement and compare it to some of those teams that I've referenced in the history of the league. No one, I think, is going to say, if they're being honest, that Victor Wembanyama is going to be better than Michael. It's a crazy thing to say, right? But I think we can acknowledge, or maybe you disagree, and that's fine, right? That it's within the range of outcomes, given his age, his size, what he's already accomplished, that it might not be nuts to suggest that he could maybe breathe that rarefied air at some point and sit in the pantheon of greats, maybe along with Michael.
Yeah.
As someone who called these games with MJ, what do you think about that? Yeah, please.
He can put his name in the conversation, but I've always said that when it comes to basketball, centers, even as they differ, Russell's not the same as Wilt, who's not the same as Olajuwon, not the same as a healthy Walton, and on, Kareem, obviously. Even as they differ, centers should be separate from guards and forwards. It's like comparing goalies in hockey to forward centers or defensemen. It's kind of a separate category. But the thing with Wemby is he's hard to categorize. He's obviously not just a classic post player. Those hardly exist anymore. He is, the word unique is often overused when people really mean rare, but he is a unique player. The combination of skills, the body control, the size, the whole thing. I mean, they tell me he's 7'5". They list him at 7'4" for whatever reason. None of the all-time greats that I mentioned were as tall as Wemby. Most of them were more sturdy than Wemby appears to be, but he's only 22. He may fill out further, but he may not want to, because part of his approach, the body control and the way he prepares himself, meditation. You notice when he goes to the free throw line, he closes his eyes before the shot. The whole way in which he approaches maximizing his body for the tasks of basketball is new age. It's 21st century. Makes some of these comparisons difficult, but certainly he has a chance. Bottom line, he has a chance to be in the conversation of the all-time greats, if he isn't there already.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get aboard the phones, 310-840-4910. Jalen Brunson is cooking the San Antonio Spurs with a bad knee and all. Limped to the locker room at the end of the first quarter after Harrison Barnes crashed into his knee. Came back in the second quarter, didn't look great. At one point was 7 for 22 from the field. And here is Jalen Brunson with 3 straight drives to the rim, 3 straight scoring plays. The Knicks lead the Spurs 92-86 with 6.5 to go in the ball game. You got to get up for Jalen Brunson, putting his body and his soul and his blood, sweat, and tears on the line. 23 points. And he hasn't been that efficient. He hasn't been incredible. 9 for 24 from the field. So quick maths would tell you that's 38% from the field. It's not great, but man, they're just a relentless pursuit. The relentless pursuit. This guy is going through a sea of bodies that are 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". Jalen Brunson is 6'2", and it's just reckless abandon and fearlessness to the bucket. And the Spurs are forced to call timeout because they can't stop Jalen Brunson. Where's Becky Hammond now? That's what I want to know. Because I know she's in the building. Yeah, tell him to prove me wrong. Yeah, he's proving you wrong. Proving all of San Antonio wrong right now. I don't care how the rest of this result goes, by the way, this game. The Knicks could lose this game. Jalen Brunson with a hobbled knee right now is doing it all. 23 points, 6:34 to go. Knicks lead the Spurs 92-86. Look, I got to give Karl Anthony Towns a massive amount of credit. He has been phenomenal. And I didn't realize how phenomenal he has been. But they showed a graphic just about a minute ago on the game. When Karl Anthony Towns is the primary defender on Wemby, Wemby is, I believe I saw he was 3 for 11 with 3 turnovers. 3 for 11 with 3 turnovers when Karl Anthony Towns is the primary defender on Victor Wembanyama. That's sensational. Sensational. That's incredible. Now, Towns hasn't been that good when Wemby's the primary defender on him, but I'm not surprised. But Karl Anthony Towns has 18 points, 12 rebounds, and he's a +9 in the box score. Wemby's got 18 points and 8 rebounds, but he's 4 for 15 from the field, and he's +1 in the box score. Karl Anthony Towns is outplaying Wemby. There's make no mistakes. Make no doubt about it. That could change in the final 6 minutes. Of course it can. That can change. But right now, with 6:30 to go in the game, Karl Anthony Towns has outplayed Wemby in game 1. 18-12 versus 18-8. Now, Wemby's got 3 blocks. Towns has 1. Towns is having a better game. Now the question is, can the Knicks finish? OG Anunoby has stepped up in the fourth quarter. He's got 13 points. Landry Shamet, what a freaking revelation off the bench tonight. 13 points. I don't know if he's going to close. Josh Hart has been in for most of the fourth quarter. He's only got 3 points, but he's got 10 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and a block. And Josh Hart is finding ways to impact this game left and right. And Josh Hart, get this. Josh Hart is a +18 in the box score. Unbelievable. The Knicks are up by 6. When Josh Hart's on the floor, they're a +18. Julian Champagnie hit 5 threes in the first half. He hasn't made a shot in the second half. Stephon Castle's got 17. De'Aaron Fox has 7. The Spurs in the second half are 1 for 13 from the field. That doesn't feel real. They've got 31 points, and they've only hit 1 shot. Did I see that correctly? I mean, they've gotten to the free throw line 20 times. The Knicks have only been 12. And Dylan Harper off the bench, 16 points. So here we go. We're set up for a fantastic finish. Unfortunately, that's the end of our show tonight. I'm going to go watch the end of this game and go absolutely nuts one way or another. Thanks to our guests. Thanks to Danny Green for joining. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Monty, Michael Montgomery. Monty, have a good 2 days off. Thanks to Zach Kroll. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and, of course, my co-host Brad Evans. You got Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham coming up next. Hopefully they like a Knicks win in game 1. Hopefully that's what happens. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you here no matter what, 6 p.m. Eastern to break it down tomorrow. Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So my confidence level heading into this game tonight is actually pretty high for my New York Knicks. As we've talked about, and they haven't played since Memorial Day. It's been like 10 days since the Knicks. Feels like it's been forever since they played, right? The Knicks enter the NBA Finals on an 11-game win streak. To reiterate the point that I've made, the Knicks are the 5th team in the history of the league to have an 11-game postseason win streak. 89 Lakers, 99 Spurs, 01 Lakers, 17 Warriors, 26 Knicks. The 89 Lakers are the only team in that group that didn't win the title. Magic Johnson and Byron Scott both got hurt. Isaiah and the Pistons swept. The rest all won. The Knicks enter the NBA Finals with literally the best 11-game run in the history of professional basketball, regular season or postseason. I would be stunned if OG and Bridges didn't play well. And if OG and Bridges play well, it will mean Brunson gets his. And if that happens, I think the Knicks are going to win. Give me the New York. I almost don't even want to say it. I think the Knicks are going to win the championship. I'm oddly confident. I'm going to stop short of guaranteeing it, of course. I'm not going to Joe Namath or Mark Messier it. I'm not going to guarantee anything. They can lose, and if they lose, I'll be crushed. As crushed as you could be at almost 43 years old with a wife and kid, with bigger problems than favorite NBA team winning a championship. As crushed as I could be at this stage in my life if they don't win. I would trade right now none of my other favorite teams winning a title for the next 10 years for the Knicks to win this championship. I hope and pray it happens. And I actually think it will.
Initially, I want to say Seattle. The reason, if I'm picking one just off of paper, talent, coaches, and all of that, it would be Seattle. My issue is that it's so damn hard to get back to the Super Bowl from one year to the next year that probability chances are it just won't happen. I'm going to say the Chicago Bears would be my sleeper type of team.
Okay.
What can they continue to develop into in year two with Ben Johnson, year two with Caleb Williams doing what he was able to do last year, learning on the job, but still showing us some of those traits that you can take over and win a game at the very end. Now, how do you continue to build that up to be able to play those first three quarters and all that the same way you play the last 45 seconds on a 2-minute drive to go win a game, and with some of the advancements they've made on the defensive side of the ball? I would say that would be my sleeper surprise pick rather than going with just the norm of teams. I would go on a limb and say the Chicago Bears.